Audio one, audio one, audio one. One. All right. All right.
So if they have it like in pink, that means it's probably going red.
That is leaning red. Yes, that's what that means. Yep. Means that if it's pink or if it's in a light blue, it could be leaning blue.
Tallahassee and Gaston County are the only areas that didn't go red.
Well, yeah. I'm surprised Alachua did. Did Alachua County go red?
Yeah.
No, it didn't. Alachua is blue, and so is. Let's see here. Gaston County and Leon County both went blue. Jefferson County with 94% of the vote in. Looks like it's going to go by almost 20 points to Trump. Same kind of story in Madison and in Hamilton and Lafayette and Taylor, Wakulla. Alachua County was where the University of Florida is going to go to Kamala Harris. Wow. Wow.
Tampa did what they were supposed to do.
About time. Tampa hasn't gone. I mean, Hillsborough hasn't gone red in a bit. Hillsborough didn't go red in 16 or 20. It's been a while.
I think a lot of people were saying they were going to vote for Kamala and really didn't.
Well, for the most part, depending on where you live, it was a way to not get involved in an argument. You know?
And like I said, it ain't nobody's business. You don't have to tell people who you vote for.
Well, everybody wants to know. Because they want to either they want to be a part of what you're doing or they want to talk you out of it. That's what all this is about anymore for most people, which is exactly what it's not supposed to be about, but whatever. Let's see. Alabama. Alabama is been called for Donald Trump. Alaska, they are not done yet. Arizona. Results are starting to trickle in. Super close at this point. Maricopa, where is it? Mojave, Virginia, the Gila, Apache, Greenleaf, Cochise, Santa Cruz, Pima, Maricopa County. That's where Phoenix is. And that's where all the crap happens. All right. Yeah, you don't want to get too deep in it. You don't want to do what I'm about to do. Rum. I've been doing this for a while, so. So I can be sort of dispassionate about it. It's just what it is. What it all of it just is. It is whatever.
The last one I had was small, but it wasn't that small. My first time in worship, my little teacher told me about the little clam phone he did. And you started ringing. And got it off down. Blew it down the stairs. Back in home. Like praying like, no. I just got finished. I had to go down the stairs. Like
What a day. No, this is not a time. This is not the time for you to go off. All right. Isabel? I see you're not even looking at me. Okay. All right then. Do what you do. We'll see you in a minute. We'll see you in a minute. All right. All right. Shed some light on the situation. If I press the right button, how about that? Put some light on the situation. And here we are. All righty. Well, welcome to the what I'm calling the election watch. A lot of people have said, are you people ask me, are you going to stay awake? Because last time a lot of us stayed up late, 1-2 o'clock in the morning, and then said, "Oh, I'm going to bed. It seems to be in the bag," and we woke up to something different. We woke up to something that we had not expected. So this time, I think we should put on the watch. We're putting on the watch, and that's what we're doing here. Now, here, up there, wait, there you go. Up there is the map, the current map. Now, I just got this off of Bing, as you can see. This isn't from some channel or some station. This is the map that is on Bing right now. Now, not that Bing is a conservative source by any sort of imagination. More left than right. But we can sort of explore what's going on at this point. Right now, the president leads in electoral votes 198 to 109. And what we do know is that Kamala Harris is going to get a bump of 54. That's her next large bump. Our next large bump is 54 from California. Most of us can't see anything else other than that happening. Now, I don't know. God is sovereign. Who knows? But right now, there are still 231 electoral votes out there. Trump needs to get to the winner needs to get to 270 to 270. So let's go ahead and do the arithmetic. I'll pull that over there. You guys can't see that, I don't think, so that's cool. So it doesn't look like I'm a complete idiot. 270. Right now he has 198. So Trump's magic number is 72. Trump's magic number is 72. Knowing that in just an hour or so, Kamala Harris is going to have. She's at 112 now. She's going to have 54 dumped in. She's going to have 54 dumped in. The Associated Press, who cares, has just called Colorado for Kamala Harris. And you can see that it's 54 to 43 with, and that's 10 electoral votes there. And she's got, and most of that state is in. So what's going to have to happen is that something special is going. What's funny is, I don't know. This is a rabbit trail for me, and it's only 10 electoral votes. We have Minnesota, home of Tim Walz, currently with 3%. Only 3% in, obviously, but right now Trump is leading 58.1 to 38.4 in Tim Walz's home state. That would be very nice if that were to stay true. I don't know, and I don't know if it will. Let's just do this while we're doing this. Let's go ahead and go from state to state to see what's going on, because this is going to show something that we've been trying to show here on Fight Back Media and Grassfire Nation before that. for a long time. We see these maps, these red and blue maps, and what we don't, and what we notice is that on a lot of these places, there's a lot of red. Let's look at Alabama. So we have these counties here in Alabama: Limestone, Madison, Jackson, DeKalb, Cherokee, all these counties that are red, or for some reason they haven't had any vote in yet. I don't know why in Alabama. Come on, Alabama. But then they have these pockets here, Dallas County, where huge. I mean, Donald Trump has won Alabama with 68.2% of the vote, but in Dallas County, Kamala Harris is 50 points up. Perry County, another 50 points up. Jefferson County, golly, look at that, huge margins. Why is that? Because they're the population centers. They are the population centers. And so if if you can get in there and get something done in the population centers, then you have a really, really, well, that works on both screens. That's awesome. Then you have a really good chance of making some noise. And that's what's happening there. This is why it is tough to win, because Republicans have historically not been good at going into these population centers that we see here and making a dent. Look at this, Jefferson County in Alabama. $41,000 or almost 42,000 votes. Yeah, 42,000 votes to 7,500 votes. Another place where Robert Kennedy is still on the ballot. Not that the 303 votes would have made any difference at all. So if you hear people whining about that, wouldn't have made any difference there at all. We can look at another county that went red. Let's see. Let's look at Chilton County, which is about the same as Jefferson County in reverse. Let's go ahead and look at that county. It's smaller. Robert Kennedy is still on the ballot. The percentages are the same. The problem is Jefferson County is a much bigger place. A lot of the red that you see on the national map, like here, nobody lives here. Let's look at Montana. They're calling Montana because there are 4 counties in Montana, 4, that are reporting. And only less than 1% of the expected vote. Less than 1%. But we're talking about the entire state. There are fewer votes in the state of Montana than they are in Jefferson County in Alabama. Wow. Wow. Abso-freaking-lutely wow. Wow. So when you see, and this is really problematical. So when you see this, you think, oh my God. No. The difference has to be made. Again, Colorado, great choice, Willie. Thank you. Nice job. We see a good portion of the state. Look, Moffat County, 80% Trump. Almost 80% in Rio Blanco County. Garfield County, almost 60%. Delta County, 64%. Montrose, 60%. Dolores County, 76%. And you can go on and on and on. And all here, look at Trump leading in Kiowa County, 86%, right? Here's the problem. Nobody lives here. Let's pick Kiowa County. Oh, Kit Carson. That'll be cool. Let's go ahead and open that up. Kit Carson, 82.8% Trump. Boulder County, 80% Kamala Harris. 95,000 votes. So, right now, Colorado, I'm making a mess here, and I don't want to. Everything is very tenuous. That's why right now they're calling Colorado. Let me move this down one. That's Nebraska. Nebraska's weird. For Kamala Harris. Even though a lot of counties are going for Donald Trump, the population centers in these places are still going blue. So you ask, and I noticed this, golly, in 2012 when we were doing broadcasting, I was doing this for Grassfire Nation, and we saw the sea of red, but we saw these little splotches of blue, and that's just because in the population centers, we still had not done anything to win the population centers. Let's look at New York. Of all the counties in New York, look, Lewis County, with 98% of the vote in, solidly red county. 11,000 votes, so a little over 11,000 votes total. The problem is, let's look at Westchester County. 49. We're going to go on to Nassau County. Look how many people. All these counties here, Columbia County. Let's look at, oh my goodness, Brooklyn. Almost 1 million people. So this is exactly why New York is a great illustration of exactly why going with pure popular vote is not the way to go. Because in New York, they are getting their democracy. They are getting their mob rule. Because in New York, if New York goes blue, the state goes blue, no matter what happens anywhere else. Because we don't, we realize a lot of this area here in New York we're talking about is farmland. Nobody lives there. Somebody lives on the farm, but nobody lives there. Look at Brooklyn. Brooklyn's vote tally. Let's go ahead and count that up real quick. That vote tally. We have 534,736 for Kamala Harris, 212,038 for Donald Trump, 746,774. There are more people who are voting in Brooklyn than there are voting in Montana and Wyoming combined. If we simply went by popular vote, there'd be places like New York and Los Angeles and Chicago that would simply decide who was president. None of the rest of us would matter at all. This is why when people start bringing up, we need to get rid of the Electoral College, tell them no and tell them why. Because a lot of people have this idea that we only have Electoral College because that way the elites can manipulate and people couldn't read in those days. No, it keeps the population centers from having a stranglehold over the rest of the nation. That's why. I mean, there's no other reason for that. It just keeps them from having a stranglehold on the rest of the country. You hear me? All right. Let's go back to the main map and see in our time what's happened. Not much, as these states here: Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Nevada, California, Alaska is not going to come into much later, and Hawaii after that. Trump still has a lead, 198. He needs 72. Yeah, 72. He needs 72 to make it happen tonight. So it seems like, and the hard part is, it seems like it's close, right? It seems like, God, we ought to be able to do this. I got to keep reminding you, though, that California is probably going to go to Kamala Harris, and that's 54 electoral votes just dumped in. So that 112 number, you might as well go ahead and take that 112 number that she has there and add the 54 to it, giving her 166. So that's what we're really talking about. We see the 112 and we see the big lead, but she's going to get California, and that makes everything else crucial. Let's go to Maine. That was earlier in the that was in the Donald Trump camp, and it looks like it's split. It's got 4 electors, and they're split. There's only 10% of the vote in, and it looks like, let me do that. Oops, there we go. Spotty, I guess. 0.5, 47.4. Kamala Harris is up by 3.1 percentage points with about 11% of the vote in. So that could change. It is trending bat blue, but we'll see how that goes. Of course, this is Maine. Let's look at the national picture again. So we have Vermont that's been called for Kamala Harris. New Hampshire is leaning that way. They have 4 electoral votes, and Massachusetts has 11, and that is probably squarely in the Kamala Harris camp. New York, same thing. They've already called New York, but whatever. New Jersey, same thing. But look at that. Look at that. 52 to 46, chomping away at it. Maryland, 60 to 37, and of course all the states like Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and of course in DC, with 3 electoral votes there. How does a place so small have 3 electoral votes? Because they're a population center. 243,572 votes for Kamala Harris. Only 17,000 for Trump. And it doesn't have anything to do with Robert Kennedy. This is your nation's capital. It would be one of the population centers that would control every national election, which is why we have an electoral college to keep that from happening. That's why. Let's go ahead and look at Virginia is, strangely enough, tied. Again, another perfect example. Let's look at Chester or Richmond County. Richmond County is solidly in the Democrat camp because it is a population center. Prince George County. Let's go to Norfolk. There you go. Let's go to this county here. Wythe. Solidly red. Nobody lives there. Russell County. Solidly red. Nobody lives there. If Trump can pull in, because it hasn't been, because obviously Virginia hasn't been called yet. If Trump can pull in the rest of these counties, it may offset places like Arlington, population center. but he's going to have to do great, big numbers in all these counties to do that. So in red states, it's quite a lift. Pennsylvania is now leaning towards Trump by about 3 points. You can see that 51 to 48, 3.9 points, whatever, or 2.9 points. Math, not math, arithmetic. So we've got Trump at one. I still have Trump at 198 and Harris at 112, or actually 166, because of what we talked about before. A lot of places have already been called for Trump. Now we'll see how that works with me, because they've got such small sampling, but they haven't. No one lives there. Places like Montana, Wyoming, Utah, North and South Dakota, Nebraska. It looks like Kansas is now leaning back into the Trump camp, and Kansas has a whopping 6 electors, which every one of them is going to be important. Then we have Oklahoma with 7 electoral votes, and Texas, the second of the big guys. Let's see, 28 in New York. Florida has 30. Texas has 40. California has 54. Okay, and then Trump's got Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri. And it looks like Trump is going. Although we heard some rumbling about Kamala Harris winning Iowa, it doesn't look like that's going to happen with 51% of the vote in. Trump is leading 55 to 43 in Iowa, and in Minnesota, it looks like Trump could easily win Minnesota. And if Trump wins Minnesota, then it's going to be really, even with this huge advantage here, it's going to be tough for Kamala Harris to win. She's going to have to win Virginia. She'll have to pull out Virginia, and Virginia looks tied at this point. We are at 10:41 p.m. Virginia looks tied at this point. So we are going to see what we will see. Oops, we will see what we will see. That was my. I'm sorry. I was going to do this on Rumble and have it on the website, but for one reason or another, Rumble made it hard. Rumble made it hard, and I don't know why. I don't know why Rumble had to make it hard, but they made it difficult, and it gets on my damn nerves, frankly. Let's see. I don't have access to any of these features. Let's see if I can pop up the dashboard. There you go. Let's see here. What if I click on that? I see my stream, so I don't know, when I'm an old man, when you say, "How's your stream?" I'm like, fine. Alrighty. Here's an update on the map from 198 to 210. 210 is important because Trump is 60 electoral votes away from winning the presidency. This is funny. This is one of those points where sometimes people go, "Well, oops, sorry. I'm just going to go to bed now. Trump's going to win." Everyone has voted. So again, let's look at these numbers. 112 plus 54. So the real score right now, the real score is Trump 210, Harris 166. Harris needs, because arithmetic, needs 104 to get to 270. I don't know at this point if there are 104 to get. Are there 104 to get? Trump needs 60. So let me get my other tools. I've got my family got me this super nice computer for Father's Day a couple years ago. I love it. I've got 2 monitors here. I love it. I absolutely love it. I have a wonderful wife and son. I got here. You can't see it, but it's kind of in the way. It's my yoke for my flight simulator. I got my throttle quadrant here. It's all good. Let's go ahead and add these up. We've got. You can see that Arizona. There are 11 at stake here. We're just going to go to the places that aren't called that are not called yet. New Mexico, there are 5. Oops, I have a pen that's not functioning. Let's see, Minnesota, which Trump seems to be leading in. There's 10 there. Let's go over to Wisconsin, where that is essentially tied. There are 10 more. Michigan, that Trump has a very slight lead in. That's 15. We're still not up to 100 yet. Pennsylvania can make a big difference. Trump is leading by, I don't know, 50.9 to 48.2. That's still a very tenuous lead, especially in a place like Pennsylvania, which they are just starting their count here. Virginia, essentially tied with a small Kamala Harris lead. 13, North Carolina, with a small Trump lead. 16, and down to Georgia. Never went down to Georgia. 3-point lead for Trump in Georgia. And that's 6. So another 16 electoral votes. Kamala Harris is at 166, and I said 166 because she's going to get California. We're going to go ahead and concede California. So she needs 104, and she's going to have to perform amazingly, outrageously to do that. Now, all the states that we just called. Now, I didn't put in Washington, Oregon, Idaho, or Nevada. Nevada has 6. Idaho has 4. That's 10. 18. That's 30. And of course, I've already included California in this total. Let's see. We have 11 and 5 and 10. Oops. I need to type or learn how to type or something. Plus 5 plus 20 plus 15 plus 19 plus 13 plus 32. So 115. That means that she'd have to win all of the ones I just told you. Or damn near all of the ones I just told you. So we're up tonight to make sure. And Trump just went to 210. He needs 60. He needs 60. So there is truly, easily right now a path to victory for Donald Trump to be the 47th president of the United States. There is a path for him to become president. There is. Now, something that I want to do while I had some of y'all here, while you're watching. Hey, everybody. That's what I wanted to see if I could do this, and I don't know if I can or not. We are going to try to find out here. We're going to find out. Let me go to. Hang on a second, kids. There you go. Do this. Having more. If you do YouTube or Rumble, you got to have more than one monitor, right? Right? Don't you? Don't you? No, maybe not. Maybe it won't work. Nope, it won't let me do it, but that's okay. Oh, that will though. I'm checking my. There we go. That's the live. That's the live that's on right now. We'll see that. So what we're going to do is I need to go take just a short break. I'm going to go ahead and put on. This is an old, as you can tell by the lack of quality, my Urban Game Changer Florida video that is my most popular video. 97,000 views in that video. And this is, there you go, that's a little better. When we went to the McDonald's not far from where I'm sitting, when they had the first kiosk there. Hopefully you'll see that. I'm going to take this a short break. See these kiosks, like I said, if you're used to the kiosks that are like at McDonald's, or like a Wawa, what you'll find is that this is a life-size kiosk, and they're extremely easy to use. Like I said, I've already used this once. I'm going to touch it to start. I'm going to tell it if I'm going to take this with me. So let's click on takeout. If indeed I'm going to pay with cash, I can pay at the counter, or I can use my debit or credit card here. So we're going to pay cash. We're going to actually go to the counter, and as you see, all our choices are there, and I can scroll. Let's see, chicken is probably a better choice for me. So let's go ahead and go with the ever popular fish fillet. With all I have to do is touch, and there's a price there. Now it'll suggest sell me as well. There's the filet fish, there's the meal, there's a large meal. Well, let's just go with the regular meal. Why? Because I'm broke. And a drink. Let's see here. We're going to go with the. I already have a drink, but we're going to go with a cold drink here. Now I can get iced coffee. All the drinks I have available. I'm going to go ahead and go with soft drinks. Let's go ahead with a delicious Sprite. And let's go for a medium. And now, we look down at the bottom. There's my meal. One filet of fish meal for the price. I can edit this. Let's see if I want. There you go. No ice, which I never take, or additional ingredients that are available. And it says, okay. There we are. Now I click done. And out of, and it gives me, it asks me if it's okay, and I'll say yes. And down at the bottom comes a ticket with a number on it. Now I'll take this ticket over to the counter, hand it to the lady, pay, and they'll come all my food and I'll be done. Even with the thank you. Now, some of the information that I have from some of the employees here that right now it's about 8 to 20 the people who like it, but it's a change, it's different. But
definitely an option for the person who's walking on a threat, wants something, wants something special that they're able to create their own, and are getting used to automated situations like we have here. So I think it's the wave. It's what a lot of us wonder about, but it's the wave. I mean,
Well, you know, and I say this all the time, and it is a common statement. The more things change, the more they stay the same here in this county. We are at precinct 339, and these are some of the signs, well, of all the signs that are out in front of the precinct. That's really funny. Limited government. That's not as funny. You play on words. But this is really how things don't change and why things don't change. This is why we lose. Precinct 339.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house for any reason, click the link in this video to see if my offer is right for you. We make the process of selling your house easy.
All right, we're back. Right. Right Side Broadcasting. Have you guys been on Right Side Broadcasting yet? If not, you should. Anyway, let's see. We took a short break, and Harris got one. Got one. But now we look across the top of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. It looks like they're all right this very second trending red. Trump still needs 60. Kamala Harris is at 113, which is really 167. 113 plus 54 is 167. If I'm if my arithmetic is correct, and of course it is. So at this point, in order to get to the magic number of 270, Kamala Harris. Oops, she's at she needs to get to the magic number of 270. She has 167. Her magic number now is 103. 103. Now we looked and said that there are 115 right now. 115 electoral votes. Let's look at the three states that are currently trending blue that are not called yet. Right now, she has possibly one elector in Maine, and she's leading by about 7 points with 16% of the vote in, which is amazing. I don't understand how they only have 16% of the vote in. It's like, well, they don't have telephones in Maine. I mean, forget the internet. You don't have telephones? Maybe you get Morse code. Morse code. Carrier pigeons. I mean, are we having results go by horseback to Augusta? Anyway, I don't know. Let's look at New Hampshire. New Hampshire's not called yet, and that's 4 electoral votes. That's 4, and it looks like that's all. I mean, those are also going to go into the Harris camp. That's what it looks like. And those are, and New Mexico. New Mexico has 5 electors, and it looks like right now with 65.4% of the vote in, it looks like that might end up in her camp as well. I want to get to, and you have to just give me let's see. an interactive map. There we go. This is not true. Don't get excited. This is not true. We're going to try to mirror this. Okay. Right now, that's where that is. Right now, this is there. This is there. You see how our number is dropping? And this is there. We're going to go ahead and include. I'll take those out for now. We're going to go ahead and include those. Let's see, Colorado and New Mexico. New Mexico is leaning, and Colorado is supposedly in. Utah, Arizona is leaning. All right, leaning. Okay, we have Arizona leaning. We don't have Idaho yet. We're going ahead and pull that out. Let's see. We go back and forth. We got Utah. How about Nevada? We don't have Nevada yet, so let's go ahead and pull Nevada out. All right. Let's go across the country. That all looks the same. Right now, at this very second, we have that leaning. Go ahead and pull that out. Pennsylvania is leaning. We'll go ahead and pull that out for now. Just because I want to have an interactive one that you and I can play with. How about that? I don't think Idaho is not in. We're going to go ahead and pull Idaho out. And this number is big because I'm just going to go ahead and leave California in. I'm going to take Alaska out. I'm going to take Hawaii out entirely. There you go. Kansas, I believe, is in. Illinois is in. Virginia, that's the one. Virginia is leaning blue. Pennsylvania, of course, is now leaning towards Donald Trump. Holy majoli. Didn't expect that crap, did you? How about Virginia? Virginia is leaning blue, and I think our maps match. Yay. I think our maps match now. This map you see here is our interactive map. And we're going to go ahead and, oops. There we go. There is the news map. Oh yeah, I forgot to do something. Yeah, Maine is leading. I'm trying to make sure that our interactive map can match the other ones. I went ahead and put California in because, well, it would be an amazing thing, and it would ensure a Trump victory if somehow Trump were to win California. Although at this point I am indeed confident. I am not so confident to think that that's going to be the case. I don't know. I just don't think so. Looks like Trump is struggling with 65.6% of the vote in New Mexico. Let's look at New Mexico. New Mexico is a purple state. We've got population centers in Taos and Santa Fe County. We've got this part here. I think, I don't know, but I'm thinking the northeast part of the county. I mean the state is fairly red, but with the population centers, let's go ahead and look into Taos County. 37 to 13, 45 to 13. There you go. Santa Fe County, or Curry County, is 81 to 3,000. DeBaca County, just less than 1,000 votes there total. Chaves County, 16,000 votes there total. There you go. Santa Fe, that's the Santa Fe County with Santa Fe County with 74% of the vote in. That county obviously is going to, for Kamala Harris. And this by itself could make the difference in New Mexico. All right, let's go ahead and back out. And let's go to Arizona. Arizona has always been a bugaboo here, especially here in Maricopa County, where it is super close. Let's look at the tally. In Maricopa County, there are 1.5 million votes. 1.5 million votes. It could obviously make the difference. Now I see that you can count as well as I can. Big counties in Arizona: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. How many counties? I'm sorry. Let's count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 counties or so. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, half of them have gone red or are leaning red, but only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are blue. Let's look at Santa Cruz County. Kamala has a 62 to 36 point lead. Small county. Let's look at Pima. Bigger. Our population center, 170,000 to 99. Maricopa, the largest county. What happens in Maricopa County will decide what happens in the state. That's why all the trouble from last time. If you wondered why this county that you've never heard of was such a thing, was such a beast, this is why right here. It's a population center. This county here, big county, but you can see not many people live there. And Mojave, the Mojave Desert, is a decent sized county, but not nearly as important as Maricopa County. And La Paz has no returns yet, which is interesting, but it's okay because whatever happened in La Paz hardly matters. And whatever happens in Apache County doesn't matter either. You got me? All right, let's back out, see what we've got here. With no, and this is the Bing map, with zero returns in, Kamala Harris wins California, and wins Washington as well, and with 12 electors and 8 electors, and probably will with 43% of the vote in Oregon. Good job, Oregon. The polls just closed 8 minutes ago, and you got damn near half of your votes counted. Congratulations, Oregon. Too bad they're leaning the way they're leaning, but Kamala Harris now has 179. Let's go ahead to our map. We still have Nevada. It's not in. How about Idaho? Idaho has gone to Trump. Idaho has gone to Trump. Sorry. I remember, I said that, she needed a bunch, that she's at 179. She still needs all, come on, folks. Donald Trump is at 214 at this point. Donald Trump's at 214. He needs 56. Now, of the states that are leaning, there's 16. Gotta write this down. I just do. There are 16 in Georgia. There are another 16 in North Carolina. Let's go to Big Dog, Pennsylvania. There's 19 in Pennsylvania. And we need 56. Michigan, the 5-point lead. There are 15. There are 15 there. Let's see. 6 and 6 is 12. Plus, see, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there is 66 right there. There's 66, excuse me. There are 66 right there. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Did I get that right? Yeah. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Now, it could be Michigan because Michigan has, let's move this, has 15, or Wisconsin. So this is, which one? It's this one right here, right? Yes, it's this one right here. Here's where we are right now. Harris is at 179. This, and I keep harping on this because it's super important. This is where population centers come into play. This is where population centers come into play. Because we look at the lead that right now that the president has in Pennsylvania. Let's open up Pennsylvania. A lot of farmland in Pennsylvania, if you've not been there, if you don't know about Pennsylvania. But in Philadelphia, with 67 or 2/3 of a little over 2/3 of the votes counted in Philadelphia for president, we see, look carefully, 77% for Trump. 77% for Harris. And as we move away from the city center, that goes down until we get into the suburbs in Berks County and Lancaster and Schuylkill. I'm not sure what that is, Carbon County, where it's, and then we have Monroe County that's basically tied. Let's look at Monroe County. This should be interesting. This should be interesting. Monroe County, it's basically tied. A little bit for Kamala Harris. We've got this 34,000 to 34,700 to 34,100. Almost all the votes counted. Still fighting big places like Philadelphia. All this red. Look at all this MAGA. I don't know if it's MAGA, but look, all that MAGA, right? Still population centers. All right, let's go back to the national picture. Oh, and by the way, let's see, right now, Republicans have the lead in the Senate, 48 to 39 of the seats that were up, and in the U.S. House, still at the advantage, 161 to 111. And Trump now leads in electoral votes 214 to 179. Now, I don't have to adjust the Harris number anymore because they've already tossed in the big dog like we all did. Yes, tossed it in without even thinking about it. Let's see if we can look at the electoral, yeah, okay, for how it went down in 2020. Can I see that? Is this? No, that's not how it went down in 2020. I'm not sure what the heck this is. I don't know. Let's go back to there. There you go. Here's where we are. Trump is up 214 to Harris 179. All right. My calculator back. Now we're going to hang in there all night so we can see the changes. We can see these numbers and we can see if something changes and when it and what time it changes and which direction it changed. One more time. 270 minus 214. 56 electoral votes. That's how far President Trump is from being reelected to the 47th president of the United States. Kamala Harris is just a little under 100. Oops, and I can't operate a calculator. 207. Lord have mercy, help me with this calculator. 270 minus 179. She's 91 electoral votes away from being the first woman president. I'll say that because I'm guessing that she's a woman, right? I'm guessing because So what's a woman? Well, anybody who wants to be. Well, if that's the case, then I got to guess on everybody at that point, right? Yes. All right. Any case, we are an hour and 7 minutes in. And we are still watching. And let's look at California. California has this is funny, 3.1% of the vote. And Kamala Harris has a 56.3 to 41.3% lead. So let's look at California, the votes that are in. Not everywhere is Los Angeles County. And Los Angeles County has not come in yet. Bachelor Population Center there. And Humboldt. I think it's Humboldt County. San Francisco's in Humboldt County. Am I correct? I think so. All right. I need to go to for my Florida folks. For my Florida folks that may hop in there. As far as the presidential election goes right now, Trump has won Florida by about 1.5 million votes. And it's been called. Dang near won Palm Beach County. Didn't do as well in Broward. Did not win Orange County or Alachua County or Leon or Gadsden County. Went everywhere else. Won a highly Democrat county in Jefferson County, where he's from, by almost 20 points. That is amazing. All right, let's get into Florida. Let's talk about the U.S. Senate race. U.S. Senate race that had Rick Scott and Debbie Marcel Powell. Never heard of her, me either. I think she used to be. Excuse me, I'm scratching my ankle. Used to be a not a U.S. rep, but a state rep, and basically her commercials were, Ray Scott's a doo-doo head, Ray Scott's a doo-doo head, Ray Scott's a doo-doo head. It really didn't play well, and she basically got crushed by over 1 million votes here in Florida. 55.7% for Rick Scott to 42.7% for Debbie Powell. So we see that. Let's go ahead and look at the House races. That's Florida. This is why Florida is red. District 1, Matt Gaetz. As much trouble as Matt Gaetz causes, Matt Gaetz wins handily in his district. Neil Dunn wins handily in his district. District 3, Kamak wins handily in her district. Let's go across to District 4, where Aaron Bean wins, and District 5 that has changed so much. District 5 used to go all the way across the state, but it's changed now. Wins his House race. Let's see, Michael Waltz in District 6, District 11, Daniel Webster. There it is. Kathy Castor wins my district, District 14, and District 14 has changed a little bit. And District 16, Vernon Buchanan is still around. Scott Franklin here. District 9 is Darren Soto, wins handily, and Maxwell Frost wins handily for the Democrats in District 6. And down in South Florida, which is why it is impressive when you see Rick Scott do well with she was an incumbent that wasn't challenged in District 20. I hate that, especially in a U.S. rep race. Lois Frankel. Who else is down there? Jared Moskowitz. Debbie Wasserman Schultz beat Chris Eddy by 9 points, and Frederica Wilson, who is just I don't know what clown. This is when you think about it, a House. This is why population, and if you watch this live stream at all, even a little bit, you will know that I talk a lot about population centers. A U.S. House district is about 600,000 people. So a U.S. House district, in Florida is bigger than all the voters in Wyoming and all of the voters in Montana. One small U.S. House district in Florida. Trump now needs 40 electoral votes to win the presidency, to regain the presidency of the United States. Let's go to the state Senate races here in Florida. There wasn't one here in District 1. Here's District 3. Corey Simon was in a battle with Darrell Parks up there, because when we were up there for the hurricane, the commercials about how horrible Corey Simon. If the name Corey Simon is familiar to you, Corey Simon was a Florida State football player, a Republican now, and with all the votes in, pretty much 98% of the votes, Corey Simon wins that election, wins re-election to the state Senate 55.7% to 44.3%. Wow, good for Corey Simon. Go Noles. District 5 Senate seat, you'll see how small that is. Tracy Davis ran unopposed. God, I hate that for state Senate. Let's see, what else we got? We got District 7, Tom Leake wins handily. Stan McClain wins handily. Republicans win handily. Republicans didn't lose any seats in the state legislature. I don't think they picked up any, but they didn't lose any either. Let's see, Brian Avella over Charles Lewis. Yeah. Didn't lose any seats either. Let's go on down to ballot measures, because this is very, very important to me. I talked about these a lot, and it's very, very important to me. Some of the ballot measures. The ballot measures are the results, the partisan school board elections. The idea was to make all the school board elections in the state of Florida partisan. That was going to be a ballot measure that changed the Constitution of the state of Florida. Citizens of the state of Florida said, no, Although 55% said yes, you need in order to change the Constitution, you need a supermajority or 60%. Florida said no, leave it like it is. Some districts are partisan and some are not. Everybody gets a choice. The right to fishing and hunting, and again, the devil's in the detail. If you watch me and my friend Steve Kona do a show about this, my strategy is to vote no on all this stuff. No. However, the right to fish and hunt is now going to be part of the state constitution. It won 67.4% to 32.3%. The legalization of marijuana for recreational use in the state of Florida is not going to happen this time around. And that's great for me. And the most important one was that the right to abortion on demand, whenever, to whomever, did not pass in the state of Florida this time. The annual adjustment for inflation for property valuations, that did pass. 66% of Floridians who voted said, yes, we want an annual inflation adjustment for property taxes or for property valuations. Now, I'm not sure how that's going to work. Again, the devil's in the detail and all this stuff. The repeal of public financing statewide campaigns, that was a no. That's going to stay in effect. Where I live, the community investment tax is going to be in force until 2041. Oh yeah, and your property taxes are going up because a 1 millage increase, which is a huge increase in property tax going towards schools, has been approved. So they're going to double dip because we ain't got good sense. We just ain't got good sense. Not at all. Not at all. Let's see if I can get down. Nope, can't down in deeper. How did we do? How did I do here in Hillsborough County? Hillsborough County said yes to right to fish, no to the legalization of marijuana, although it was close. No to the right on abortion, although it was. Wait a minute. Yes, here in a population center, yes, it had been just for Hillsborough County. You'd be able to kill your baby, no problem. Speaking of that, let's go to the let's go back to the national map. I think that something just happened. Yes, there you go. This is the national map. They went ahead and put in Oregon. They went ahead and put in Oregon. Nevada is still. Let me go ahead and refresh this. Nevada is still out. I guess they're still gambling. Trump is again at 230. He needs 40 electoral votes, and they are out there. Harris, at this point, let me get my calculator, is now at 187. She needs 270, and she is at 187. She has gotten her big fish, so the big fish is off the table at this point. She still needs 83. 83. So she's got to do amazingly well. I mean, just outrageously well in the next few hours. It is 11:27 p.m. 11:27 p.m. She's got to do amazingly well in the next little bit. Let's look at the U.S. Senate. U.S. Senate, 48 Republican, 40 Democrat. And the House, 167 Republican, 113 Democrat. So it looks like the House and the Senate can both be run by Republicans this time. Let's see what the Republicans do. It should be interesting. Anyway, I'm going to turn this map off for just a second, if you don't mind. And even if you do, let me get my there you go. I need to get my mouse working. All right. I had a guy call me today. A guy that frankly I hadn't talked to in a while. And he was just asking me what I thought about what's going to happen because he knows that for in this area, I was politically involved, and I ran for office a couple of times, and so as much as he could, he supported me. He was a Democrat at the time and decided in 2016 to be a Republican. He was a Republican for a minute, and now he says that he's an independent. Okay, whatever. Good enough guy. He's a businessman in this area. Good enough fellow. I met him because of a mutual friend that we had, who since passed away. And he told me that he had voted for Kamala Harris. And he wasn't saying it like to put it in my face or anything. He was just saying that because he wanted to have all the cards on the table. He just wanted to have a discussion. He just wanted to have a conversation. And I said, okay, all right, you're grown ass man. You can vote for whoever you want. And one of the things that he talked about was something that's very, very sensitive to me, which is why I got red pilled, was abortion. And he came up with all the trope, all the same stuff about why, the government shouldn't be interfering in these women's lives. They seem to be punishing the women and they're not punishing the men. And I said to him a couple of things. Here's the path I took. I said, listen, I have a faith-based belief on why abortion is wrong. And truly, it undergirds all my other arguments. I don't want to have anybody who's watching think differently about me right now. It undergirds all the other stuff. But let's just follow the science, right? Let's just follow the science. And when I say that, I'm saying this is the science, the very same science that the left told us to follow during COVID, right? I don't watch TV. I follow the science. You follow the TV, right? So here's the deal. There's no way to punish, and I told him there's really no way to punish the man. Men get punished anyway, and how do they get punished? They get punished because there are men paying child support to women for children that are not theirs. If a woman puts your name down on the birth certificate, the government comes after you and will shut your life down, take your driver's license, and then garnish your wages. And you don't have any say whether the woman kills the child or keeps the child. The man has zero say. Zero. And isn't it interesting that the left holds these women who have murdered their children in utero up to some standard because they had to make these really brave choices. They kill their children, but the man who decides, this kid's going to be a drag on my life, on my education, or on my career, they're a deadbeat dad. So we had to agree. And I said, here's the deal. I remember Barack Obama saying that, he didn't want his daughter to be punished with a baby. Punished? So let's say you have two people, a girl and a boy, because that's the only way you can make a baby. You can't make a baby with two girls. You can't make a baby with two boys. You can't. It's not possible. How'd I know? Science. Science, right? So you can't make a baby with two boys or two girls. You can have a boy and a girl. I won't do that. And the only person who can hold the child during gestation is the female, unless you're a seahorse. Unless you're a seahorse. If you're a human, the only human that can hold, New Mexico just went blue for Kamala Harris. So she's at 190. She's at 192. Let's see, 270. minus 192. She still needs 78, which is still a big number for her, which is still a big number. Trump still needs 40, and that 40 is still available in Georgia, where he leads by 3 points, Pennsylvania, where he leads by 4 points, Michigan, where he leads by 5 points, Wisconsin, where he leads by 3 points. Minnesota is now leaning Harris with 55 to 42. Amazing how that works, isn't it? I'm going to go and click on that. And of course, it's another population center where Hennepin County, 600,000 votes just came in. And in Cook County, that's a small county, but it's this county, Hennepin County, has about 600,000 votes, maybe 700,000 votes here. And that will make up the huge difference. Some of the other counties that went for Trump have less than 10,000 votes total. So that makes a difference. All right. Anyway, back to my story. The deal is that the woman is the only one, only the woman, the girl, the only one that can hold the baby during gestation. And that's just the way it is. Nobody's being punished. So this terrible man that impregnated this girl may be a terrible person. Or this terrible woman, this loose woman, or this stupid woman who had this child maybe. The problem is that the person who is paying the cost for the stupid woman and the awful man is the person who is the most innocent, the person who didn't do anything to anybody. It's the baby. The baby is paying the cost, and they're paying the cost with their life. They're being, in a lot of cases, brutally murdered. The forceps are going in and pulling out the leg and crushing the lungs and pulling out the torso and crushing the brain. And when the white liquid comes out of the woman, you know that you have crushed the brain. Well, the person who, so of the trio, the person who has done nothing to anybody is the person who has to pay the cost with their lives. And he went, well, no one's explained to me like that before. And in my head, I went, I just did. Now, is he going to change his mind about it? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. But it had to be said. And if you're ever having that discussion with somebody, you can rattle off scripture to them, but if they don't have the Holy Spirit, they're not going to receive the scripture. I know. If they don't have the Holy Spirit in them, they're not going to receive the scripture. It doesn't mean you shouldn't say it. Don't get me wrong. It doesn't mean you shouldn't speak it. But also, we have to be graphic, unfortunately, about this issue. There's no other way to do it. We've got to be graphic about it. And without that bit of graphicness that I just expressed to you, a lot of people won't get it. They just won't understand. All right. We're going to share that screen again. If I can remember how to do it. Let's see here. Nope, that's not it. No, that's not it. Nope, is that it? Is that it there? That's not it. That's not it. Oh, window, sorry. There it is. Took me a second to figure that out. Boom. And there we go. All right, we'll need a little break. Right now, the score is 230 to 192. We'll be right back. We just need 40, baby. All right. We had to do what we had to do. Welcome back. Oh, welcome me back. All right. We still have Vice President Harris at 192, former President Trump, and maybe future President Trump at 230. Trump needs 40 more electoral votes to win this election. And now let's look at the swing state breakdown here. We have here on the right hand side of the screen. Here are the. It's funny, they have Florida as a swing state. Florida is not a swing state, kids. It is just not. 56% of the vote, with 97.4% of the vote in, went to Trump. So that's really hardly a swing state. When you've got a Republican governor that kicked butt, you've got 2 Republican senators that kicked butt, and you had not one Republican you lose their House seat. Because nobody got flipped. Yeah, hardly a swing state, but whatever. Let's look at Arizona. Arizona, right now, Trump is up with half the votes in, 49.7% to 49.5%. Swing state for sure. Still leaning Trump at this point. Georgia, 51% to 48.3%, with 91% of the vote in. It looks like that state may go. Let's go ahead and look at Georgia. Let's see if I can do some arithmetic first before I go there. 51 subtract 43.8. Trump's 2.7 points there in Georgia. Let's go ahead and open up Georgia. John. There you go. Look at that sea of red. Sea of red. Fulton, DeKalb. Let's see here. I'm going to try to find a county in Georgia that I'm familiar with. Thomas, where Thomasville is. I tease my wife. She was actually born in Thomasville. If you go right down here to Florida, there is Jefferson County, and they went to the hospital here back in 1960, whatever. and you see there's been a change in the electoral count. We'll get back to that in just a second. There is Thomas. Let's look at how many people are there, though. That's important. We're talking about 21,000 or 22,000 votes. Trump wins 62% to 38%. Let's go up north of Fulton County, where Atlanta is, in that area. Wow, big, huge difference in population. DeKalb County, big, huge difference in population. And that's what is holding the state captive. And that's only 75% of the vote in DeKalb County, and in Fulton County, almost 90% of the votes that's in. Can these pink, here's the story, can these pink areas together outweigh these large numbers? That's what has to happen if Trump is going to have any victory or any path of victory in a place like Georgia. That's the deal. All right, we had a change in the map. Trying to figure out where it was. Virginia. Virginia has been called for Kamala Harris. So we have to so we're going to go ahead and take that off of our map. Let's see, can you move back here? Yeah, okay. We're going to go ahead and put that there. Oops, sorry. Unfortunately there. Okay, we'll go ahead and put that there. Minnesota has gone there. Oregon is there. Kamala Harris needs 65 electoral votes to win, and they are available. They are available. Trump needs 40, and they are also available because there's 103 to be determined. They are available. Both candidates are within the ability to win these. But now we're really talking about Arizona with 11, Wisconsin with 10, Minnesota with 15, Pennsylvania with 15, with 19, Georgia with 16. And we just talked about Georgia, and the rest of the state's going to have to come through at this point to keep the 3% lead, or keep the lead in Georgia for Donald Trump to win. Pennsylvania, let's open up Pennsylvania. And it's the same, and it's the same story. with 70% of the vote in only 70% of the vote in, still 29.5% of the vote to come in Philadelphia, Kamala Harris has a commanding lead. Now it's up to these areas that have much fewer people that are currently leading Trump. Can, when these votes come all the way in, a lot of these places are done. Let's look at Adams County. Only 59% there. Franklin County, 98%. They're done. Fulton County in Pennsylvania, 98%. They're done. Bedford, 98%. They're done. Somerset County, 76%. Are there enough votes left in Somerset and Fayette, Westmoreland, Indiana, Butler, Mercer, Lawrence, or somebody, or Beaver, small county? Are there enough votes in these counties to make a difference, to fend off the almost 30% of the vote that still has to come in Philadelphia? Is there enough there? There's still a county that doesn't have any returns yet. Interesting. Cameron County. My thought is that Cameron County is pretty small and it's not going to make the difference. All right, let's go back to our big map here. All righty. I want to go to Texas, and because I just thought of something. Ted Cruz wins handily over Colin Allred. They've been trying to, get rid of Ted Cruz in Texas, but they were not able to this time around, my friends. Not at all. Not at all. My mouse is down to 5% power. I'm going to have to get a cord. Anyway, what's this? Oh, maybe I can use this. I was curious about that, and now I know. Ted Cruz will continue to be a senator in the U.S. Senate for at least the next 6 years. Senate terms are 6 years. How come? Constitution. Right now, the Republicans have a 50-41 advantage in the U.S. Senate. U.S. House 170-123. Let's look at Texas. Texas has already been called. There's no path to victory there for Kamala Harris. Back to the national map, because that's where everybody's attention is right now. Kamala Harris needs 67 electoral votes to win the presidency. Donald Trump needs 40. The difference is 25. And there are 103 to be determined. 103 electoral votes on the table that are yet to be determined. What's funny, this time around, Donald Trump is leading quite handily the popular vote. Donald Trump has 60,290,109 votes. The Kamala Harris is 56,190,549 votes. Now, supposedly, they tell me that Joe Biden had 81 million votes. So, for what we see now, comparing Kamala Harris's presidency to or run to Joe Biden's run, she is sorely, terribly underperformed by a lot. And there were people who were saying that she would perform as well. It's not close. It's not close. It is 11:54 p.m. in the Eastern Time Zone. Everything last time changed in about 5 hours from now. It changed to 4 o'clock in the morning. So we are going to hang in there. We're going to hang in there and watch the maps and watch the reports to see what happens. Because, you know, a lot of times if you can, if people know that you're watching, then it's a lot harder, a lot more difficult to, you know, try stuff. All right, let's look at some national gubernatorial races. Right now, there are 26 Republican governors and 23 Democrat governors. There are, let's see, and 19 of them are not up for re-election, and only one, and 20 not up in the Congress. Only one is to be determined. Let's look across the country. In Washington, I believe that was an open seat. Bob Ferguson wins in Washington handily, really, 56% to 43% over Dave Reichert. In Montana, Greg Gianforte, I believe his name is, the incumbent, won handily over the Libertarian candidate and the Democrat candidate. In North Dakota, Kelly Armstrong wins handily over Merrill, Pimpcorn and Michael Coachman, the independent candidate. Let's go down to Missouri. We've got Michael Kehoe, Republican, winning there. In Indiana, Mike Braun. And this is what's interesting here. In Vermont, Phil Scott, who is the incumbent governor in Vermont, wins handily over over the Democrat. And in New Hampshire, Kelly Ayotte wins handily over Joyce Craig, the Democrat. Delaware, of course, Matt Meyer over Mike Ramone. And in North Carolina, Josh Stein over Mark Robinson. And we were really hoping Mark Robinson will do well, but they did to Mark Robinson what they do to a lot of black men. They wrapped sexual impropriety around his neck, and it brought him to the ground. That's what happened. In Utah, Spencer Cox is in a battle with Brian Smith King with only about 0.3% of the vote in Utah. Let's go back to the national map. Nothing's happened there yet, but let's go ahead and go back to the national map for Presidente. All right, still at Harris at 205, needing 665 electoral votes to win. You got to have 270, and Trump needs 40. 40. So there's a difference of 25, with 101 to be determined. California is already in, so everything else is small ball. Everything else is small ball. We look at Minnesota. Minnesota has about half, 53% of their vote already in. Let's look at Hennepin County. Hennepin County is almost done, with 95% of their vote in for Kamala Harris. They have 70.3 to 27.4. They're in, right? So they're pretty much done. Now, there are a lot of other counties. What's that? Coonching, don't know what that is. Minnesota. St. Louis County. Let's see how many. Yeah, it's another small county. For some reason, doesn't have their votes in. People in Florida can count that on the back of their hand on a napkin. Lake County, Morrison County's got 99% of their vote in, but it was only 19,000 votes total. When you're talking about Hennepin County in Minnesota, again, over 600,000 votes. And then the suburbs of Washington County, Dakota County, and Rice County. Let's look at Rice County. Rice County, with almost all their votes in, very close to 49.2 to 48.9, but not enough to make the difference. Not enough to make up the difference here in Hennepin County. Can these other counties, when their votes come in, make up the difference? That's what's going to matter if depending on who wins Minnesota. That's what's going to make the difference. Let's go back to the national map if we can real quick. Nothing has changed. There's still 25 electoral votes apart. If we look at states by winning candidate right now, here are the number of states that have been won by Kamala Harris and the states that have been won by President Trump. And currently, Trump has leads in Arizona, Georgia, Maine, Michigan, Nebraska, 1 of 5, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Which is interesting. It says Maine, but they split. They split their electors like they do in Nebraska. There are 5, and Trump got 3 of them. Okay. Weird. Arizona is still leaning Trump. Let's look back at Arizona. Remember, we're looking at Arizona. We're looking basically at Maricopa County. Maricopa County is going to make the difference. They have 54.2% of their votes in. Trump is leading. Trailing 50.7 to 48.5. Let's do the arithmetic. Oops! Oh my goodness! My mouse. Let's see here. There we go. Open up my calculator. 50.7 minus 48.5. You've already got the answer. It's 2.2. And it's going to make the difference. The other counties have half their votes into 49%. They have a lot fewer votes though. And Pima County is going to go to Kamala Harris. And Santa Cruz is going to go to Kamala Harris as well. And Coconino is probably going to go to Kamala Harris as well. Now, Apache County, we have no idea. La Paz, we have no idea. Cochise, we have no idea. It is Maricopa County that is the big dog in the state. And that's 2.2 percentage points apart. That is going to make the difference. All right. Going to make the difference. Let's see. This is the map that we can play with, isn't it? Yeah, let's go ahead and there's been a change. Kamala Harris just got 4 more electoral votes. Where did she just win? Oh, Hawaii. They just called Hawaii. That's 4 votes for Kamala Harris. And Virginia, they called before that or Kamala Harris. Hawaii. Yeah, she was probably going to win Hawaii. That's probably true. What is that? Oh, okay. It's just an ugly map. Here's a table. So now Kamala Harris she has, how many does she have? 209. So there's 21 votes separating them. She needs 61. And they are available. They are available. There's 99 electoral votes out there that can be gotten. 99. Trump needs 40. He needs some things to happen in Georgia to fight off Fulton and DeKalb County. He needs some things in Pennsylvania to happen to fight off Philadelphia. He needs some things in Michigan to happen. Here's Michigan and there's the UP. Let's look at a lot of pink, a lot of leading, but I'm just going to pick one, Clinton County. 26,000 votes total. They've got about half their votes in for some reason, only about half. Here's another really small county that has only about 20% of their vote in. Let's go up in the UP. Schoolcraft, they've got 44%, but they've only got less than 3,000 votes. Baraga County, same kind of thing, less than 4,000, but they've got all their votes in. What's that? Keweenaw, that kind of thing. So let's see Wisconsin. My friend Paul, he's up in Ashland. Let's check out Ashland. Ashland has 86.8% of their vote counted, but we're talking about less than 8,000 people total. Kamala Harris is going to win. Is going to win Ashland County. Sorry, man. And Bayfield, he's up there too. 82%. But we're talking about Dane County, and I think Dane County is where the University of Wisconsin is. Milwaukee and Racine. Let's look at Kenosha. Remember how all hell broke loose in Kenosha? Trump is winning Kenosha by about, 6 points right now. Almost 6 points. With 88% of the vote in. It is, can these pink, and this is the story, and all these swing states, can these pink areas outpace the population centers? That is what's going to make the difference as we move forward this evening. Can those pink areas, oh, I hate this so much. Can they outpace, I'm getting there again, I'm sorry, y'all. There we go. Can these pink areas outpace the population centers? That is what's going to make the difference. That's what makes it nerve-wracking. Because now we're playing small ball. Everybody but Nevada has come to the table, and they've got 6 votes total. They've got six votes total. Everybody has come to the table, except Nevada and Alaska. So everywhere else is small ball. Everywhere else is what can happen inside those states, which is where all of the, let's see, I got my phone here, in case I hear from somebody important. not going to hear from anybody important. Nobody important trying to get a hold of Willie. They're not. They're just not. All right. Thank you for the thumbs up. But the idea is that now with small ball, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. It is interesting that Trump is winning the. Oops, I wanted to use my mouse. I'm trying to charge my mouse. You ever have one of these mice? Yes, pretty good. Pretty good. It's made by Tin Mouse. Sleek. Works pretty well. Anyway, just completely zoned out on you. Let's see here. 61,718,120. 57,516,050. Trump is leading by 4.2 million votes. This is what the left, they said they wanted, but they really didn't want, because if this was the case, Trump would be winning this election. Currently, he is ahead in electoral votes by 20. It just went to 210. Harris needs 60. Nebraska, one elector of the 5, just got called for Harris. Trump got 3 of them. Harris got 1, and there's still 1 to be determined. When I say this is small ball, now this is small ball. This is county to county. This is district to district. The voting has ended. It is welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to Wednesday. It is Wednesday, and it is 10 past the witching hour. Something else just changed. My map just changed, or did it just refreshed? It just refreshed. You guys see that? I think it just refreshed. It's gone on the bottom. Yeah, 2 minutes ago. Trump has won Nebraska, but Nebraska is weird. Nebraska is weird. Let's go ahead and click on that again so we can see Nebraska. There are 5 electoral votes at stake, and there are the electors. There are 5 electoral votes, and there are 4 electors. Trump has won 3 of them, and Harris has won 1. Now, at the meeting, the electors could choose to have all 5 electoral votes go to Trump. According to the how it works out, Trump has won Nebraska. He won handily, 55.9% of the vote to 42.9% of the vote. Chase Oliver has 0.6, and everybody else has another 0.6%. Here it is in District 1, where there is 1 electoral vote, Trump got it. District 2, where there's 1 electoral vote, Kamala Harris got it. Here's the other one. District 3 has 1 electoral vote, gotten by Donald Trump. Now, this is a voting process by county. I just can't imagine that in 2024 that some of these counties aren't reporting at all. I just can't imagine that. This is why we don't trust the process anymore. We just don't trust the process anymore, do we? We don't. We don't. And for good reason. All right, I'm going to take a little break. keep watching the map. I'm gonna let the cat in to do cat stuff. Well, because it's cracked. We'll go. You need to come in here? You gotta go potty? No? Okay. Well. No? I know that. You sure? All righty here. We are 2 hours and 6 minutes in. Trump has 62 million votes. So if they're saying that the Trump era is over, that MAGA is dead, it is not. It is not. Obviously, it is not. It is not. Go ahead and put my coffee cup in there, and going to start on the Waterloo sparkling water soon. You have this stuff? 0 calories, zero sugar, 0 calories, 0 sugar, 0 blah blah blah. What the hell is in there? No carbohydrates, no sugars, no added sugar, no protein, no fat, no sodium. What's in here? Any case, U.S. Senate races: 51 Republican to 42 in the Senate. And the House Republicans lead 178 to 143. There you go. So that's what's happening here. Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are still in the mix. We're playing small ball here because it depends on what the pink counties can do. I'm gonna zip through the pink county so you see what I'm talking about. These areas of pink counties, if they can overcome the number, there's Maricopa there, they can overcome the number, the difference between here and here, in those counties, if even those many votes are possible. I don't know about there. Like Graham County only has half their votes in. Mojave County only has 60% of their votes in. La Paz only has 56% of their votes in. Yuma only has 25% of their votes in. Can they have enough turnout? And we don't know about Apache and Navajo. There you go. According to the National Review, Republicans retake the Senate with wins in Ohio, West Virginia. So we don't know what the size of the majority is going to be, but the Republicans have, again, with wins in Ohio and West Virginia, taken over the Senate. There you go. That ought to keep a lot of the impeachment, talk down to a minimum, prayerfully. Anyway, so again, playing small ball in Arizona. Let's go back to another one where we're playing small ball. Wisconsin, same thing. We're talking about the population centers like here and Dane County. Dane County, big county, lots of folks, lots of university people. Encanto, not as big, not at all, but very, very blue. Probably very, very black. What? Did I say something? I say something wrong? Okay. So again, small ball. can we get these pink counties and Douglas County here to make up for the leads here and here? That's going to make the difference in Wisconsin. And again, the same thing in Michigan. Can the pink counties, are there enough votes? Because we have very few of the votes collected in a lot of these places. Can they make up the difference? And it's going to be something that we're going to have to stay up for. I would hate like heck to go to bed. I would hate like heck to go to bed and go, it's close. I think we'll be okay. But I don't really believe that. I just don't believe that. We saw what happened last time. Did you not see what happened last time? We did. There are 98 electoral college votes to be determined. There are 98 to be determined. And we're going to stay on here until the sun comes up. We're just going to stay on here until the sun comes up. Sometimes I don't know what I'll be saying. I don't have any idea, but we're going to stay here until the sun comes up because I want to know. I want to see it, whatever it is. I want to see it happen. I don't want to wake up to the curve. You all remember the curve, right? I don't wake up to the curve. Let's see, 51 minus 47.5. Trump leads the popular vote with 59% of the vote in by 3.5%. 4 million plus votes. It's a lot. Now, neither of these candidates have the supposed 81 million votes that Joe Biden had. Right? Joe Biden had more votes than Barack Obama. And to that standard, Kamala Harris is horrifically underperforming. Now, unfortunately, this has come down to exactly what a lot of people said it would come down. It would come down to these states: Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Small ball going on in these states. Now, right now there ain't nobody you can call. You can't keep encouraging people to vote because the voting has been over in most of these places for 3 hours. Now it's just counting. What I can do is encourage people to do a couple of things. First of all, pray. Second of all, pray first, so you don't have to pray as much later. Pray first. Smith Wigglesworth, before that he went into an area to do a big meeting, would send his forward team to go in and pray first, make sure the ground was ready to go, that the area and the atmosphere was ready for miracles to take place. So pray first. Second of all, encourage those that are still out there in the buildings watching votes getting counted to stay the course. Don't get pushed off. Don't get suckered in by, oh, we're almost done, you guys can go on home. No, not at all. Document everything that you can legally document. Encourage them, if you can get in their ear, document everything, absolutely everything that you can legally document. That's what you need to do. You hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? Document everything that you can legally document. Document everything that you can legally document. That's what I want you to do. Okay? All right. We're still at 98% to be determined. Kamala Harris is at 210 electoral votes. Donald Trump's 230. Now, what we can see by the map is not just population centers, but we're talking about somebody's message being received and where the message is being received. The idea now, we can look at this map and we can tell there are pockets of progressivism that take these messages and move with them, that identify all these messages. And we also see that there are pockets of republicanism and conservatism that reject the message of Washington, D.C. in places like Idaho and Montana and Wyoming and Utah and Nebraska and North and South Dakota, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Idaho, Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, North and South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, maybe Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. We're down to 5 states, kids. 6 states. Trump needs 40. That's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do either. That's not what I want to do either. That's what I want to do right here. If Trump can hold, with almost 93% of the votes collected, if Trump can hold on to Georgia, that's 16. Remember, he needs 40. It's 16. Write this down so I don't forget. It's Georgia. He has a lead there. Pennsylvania, he has a similar lead. That's 19. That's 37 right there. Those 2 states, that's 37. Georgia, Pennsylvania. Let's look at Michigan. Let's not do that. That's not what I wanted. Michigan. Michigan is 15. It's got a pretty decent lead in Michigan with only half the votes counted. That's Pennsylvania, PA, and Michigan, 15 is MI. That's 40. That's 12. Sorry, 12. That's 52. We just, nope, that was a, and I saw it change. I think that was just a change in the U.S. House. 179 to 148. There is a clear path to victory. Actually, there is a clearer path to victory for Trump right now than there is for Harris, based on what's actually happening. Wisconsin, Trump's got a lead with 80% of the vote in. Michigan, Trump has a lead. Let me get my calculator up. Y'all can't see my calculator, but I got a calculator up. Trump's lead in, let me do this. Yeah. Trump's lead in Wisconsin, 52.1.2 minus, in Wisconsin, Trump has a 3.9% lead at 12:30 a.m. with 80% of the vote in. I'm going to write this down on a piece of paper. That way I can go ahead and document this stuff. See, paper. All the ballots in America should have a paper backup in case the power goes down, in case somebody tries to. Now, if some Russian criminal wants to go into your green card account, what makes you think that that some Russian oligarch or the Russian government or the Chinese government won't want to get into our electoral system and mess with that. Just asking. Just asking. I ain't. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. I'm just asking. All right. So at 12:30 a.m. in Wisconsin, Trump is plus 3.9%. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, with 80.6% of the vote. In Michigan, Trump is plus. In Michigan, that's how I just move them out. Sorry. There, you guys can see it. 52, 46.2 is 5.5 or 5.8% up, with 53.3% of the vote in. That's at 12:30. In Pennsylvania, much closer margin. Pennsylvania, 50.9, 48.1. In PA, Trump is up 2.5 or 2.8%, with 86.4% of the vote. That's raining. That's going down to Georgia. Much closer. $50.8 to 85.5. Georgia, GA, Trump is up 2.3%, with 93.1% of the vote. Out to Arizona, AZ, Trump is up by 0.8%, with only 50.6% of the votes in. This is at 12:30. Nevada has not reported. It can be decided before Nevada reports. They have 6 electoral votes. There are enough between Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona to call this thing done. There are enough. All right. There we are. So that's our 12:30 count. Oh, my. There we go. I'm just going my X right here. Let's see what's going on here. All right. Apparently the founder of Home Depot passed away. Fight Back Media and the Fight Back Media family offer our condolences to him and his family. His name was Bernie Marcus. The old fellow, born in 1929, same year as my mom. Wow, passed away today. I guess we have to make that trip by Home Depot today. Well, it depends on how things go here. It depends on what I feel like too, because I'm going to be tired. And it looks like and you can see there in the corner, the popular vote with 63% of the vote in, is widening. Wow, it's actually widening. Actually widening. 230. So we are at still at 210 to 230. We are 20 electoral votes away. Trump needs 40, and Kamala Harris needs 60. There are enough votes out there in the states that I just mentioned for Trump to win. There is a path, truly a path to victory. Now the path is a little longer at this point because Harris would have to overcome some leads. As a matter of fact, let's get back to the poll. Again, in Wisconsin, Trump is leading by almost 4%, almost 4 points. In Michigan, leading by almost 6 points. So she have to overcome that. And I don't know. Still, some of the population centers haven't been counted, and that's where they get you. That's those left strongholds. Let's see here. Wisconsin. I know I didn't write something down. There's 10 available there. Michigan, there's 15 available there. What's the other one? Pennsylvania, that's the big boy left. There's 19 available there. And Georgia, that's the other big boy, with 16 available there. And Arizona, not quite as big. There are 11 available there. 11 available there. So not including Nevada or Alaska, just those four that I mentioned, 5, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona. Just those. Let's look. How many votes are available? Electoral votes available there. We have 10 and 15 and 19 and 16 and 11. There are 71 available there. Kamala Harris would have to overcome some trailing. This is where we are conscious of some last minute vote dumping in those population centers to flip the script. We saw that in 2020. It happened about 3.5 hours from now. So we're just gonna stay here. We're just going to stay here. Now I might have to run out and might have to, go to the kitchen and make some coffee, but we're going to stay here. I might have to open the door for the cat because in my studio is also the cat studio. That's fine. Some of you have met Queen TC Toe Beams the first, and she is adorable. You can see her on my Facebook page because she is freaking adorable. And I am thrilled to share my studio with her studio. Thrilled. Anyway, there we go. That's what's going on and what's going on now. Now, if we have to stop the live and bring it back, we can do that too, but we'll see. Let's see here. I think I have some messages here. I think I have some messages. I didn't know I had messages. My God, messages? Let's see. Some stuff got called out earlier this morning, and I think those were connected. I'm not sure. That's Tilly for many eyes are open. Some stuff got called out this morning, and then those were connected. I'm not sure what she's talking about, but yeah. She came in. Oh, we got some people watching. Here, my name is Willie Lawson, and this is Fight Back Media's coverage of the election. Now, what we're doing is we are watching, because last time some stuff happened in the middle of the night when we were sleeping. So I thought that it was good to stay up and watch. so we can all watch. So we're not told by NBC in the morning what happened. We're not told by ABC or CNN or MSNBC or what happened. We want to be able to record everything. Everything. What we're doing. We're recording everything. That's what's happening right now. And here's a national picture. My friends, you guys know that I'm in Florida, and we went over what's happening in Florida. And we had some good things happen today in Florida. Some great things happening in Florida, and we're gonna maybe go back over those in a few minutes. But right now, let's look at the national picture for president. Right now, Kamala Harris has 210 electoral votes. She needs 60 to become the next president of the United States. Donald Trump has 230 electoral votes. He needs 40 to become the president of the United States one more time. The U.S. Senate, Republicans have control of the U.S. Senate. We just don't know by how much yet, which means that Speaker Schumer or Senate Leader Schumer is out. He is not the leader anymore, which means the Republicans will have some sort of battle royale that will not include Mitch McConnell, please, to find out who their leader in the Senate is. In the House, the Republicans lead right now 150 by 30, 181 to 151. And so we'll see what happens there if Mike Johnson keeps his speakership. I believe that he will. And the presidential race right now is close, except in which is kind of funny because we've sort of gotten through this whole thing about, and we had to have this conversation about popular vote versus electoral vote. And right now, President Trump leads both in the popular vote and in the electoral vote right now. And it is 12:40 a.m. on Wednesday. Leads 51.1% of the popular vote to Kamala Harris's 47.5%. It would be a great thing if Trump could win the electoral vote and the popular vote. But as you can see from the map here, what you can see is that I believe what you see is that the leftist agenda has been thoroughly rejected by most people in the country, or these races in Wisconsin or in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona would not be close. Even, yes, and you see some light blue too. Let's go ahead and investigate those just for fun. Kamala Harris leads by about 2.5 points or 3 points in Minnesota. Why? Here's why. Population centers. That message, that leftist message that's popular in Hennepin County and in Washington, not Washington, I mean in Dakota County, maybe a little bit in Clay County, is not popular in most of Minnesota. Tim Walz is not popular in most of Minnesota. And this map proves it. Let's look at Illinois, just for fun. Illinois, the leftist message, although Kamala Harris wins Illinois by a big number, 53 to 45%, is rejected. The leftist message is rejected in most of Illinois. Alexander County, only 0.1% of the vote in somehow in Alexander County. How's that possible? Cook County, where Chicago is, right? Almost done. 91% of the vote counted, almost done. Lake County, same thing, 87.9%. I'm in all this area, all the Chicagoland area. But here in the pink and the red, most of it have voted for Donald Trump. And this is, dare I say, MAGA country. Even though Kamala Harris got 2.6 million votes. Donald Trump's 2.2 million votes. So take heart. Take heart in that the leftist message being pushed by the left in this country right now, by president in this country, is not a message that people are receiving. Now we're being told by media that it is, but these are times and nights where we can see that it most certainly is not. It is certainly not. Let's look at New York. New York, and then we'll look at California. New York. This down here, my friends, is Brooklyn. This is Staten Island. Trump wins Staten Island. Brooklyn. Let's see if we can find the Bronx. There's Queens. She wins Queens. Manhattan. Just look all the people that they've stuffed in there. The Bronx. Trump had huge rallies at the Bronx twice. Was able to pull some off. But look at most of New York. This is called upstate. This is West New York. If you go county by county, the leftist message is being rejected everywhere. California. Let's go down to LA County. Even in LA County, with about half of votes counted, Trump wins 32% of the vote in LA County. Let's go down on the border. In the San Diego County, even better. Imperial County, even better. Riverside, San Bernardino, only 3 points. Completely underperforming. Let's go to Mason County. Sonoma, NorCal. Let's see, which one? I think this Sonoma is, yeah, that's San Francisco. But you can see even in California, in a good portion of California, that leftist message is being rejected. We saw it in New York. Let's look at Virginia. Wow. Pretty much all the votes are counted. Virginia is lost. But look at the rejection. Look at the mass rejection of the left in a place like Virginia. Well, how'd they win? Look, Richmond City, Hampton County, big counties, Arlington, big votes, Fairfax, very, very rich county there, huge votes in Fairfax. That's how. Florida. The left's message is completely rejected in a place like Florida. Well, of course it is. Iowa, that she was supposed to win. Donald Trump wins. Why? Look. Iowa doesn't have a large population centers. So look what happens. I still think that Donald Trump has a path and a shorter and an easier path to win this election tonight than Kamala Harris. I am troubled again that the returns that were coming in at a pretty good clip have kind of all but dried up. But let's see here. I want to do something else here. I want to go to somewhere else. Let's see. All right. I want to go to I want to see if I can get to the New York Times. They do pretty good. What's different? Right now, they've got Donald Trump at 246. New York Times has Donald Trump at 246. And with 246, let me click on this. Donald Trump needs 24. Again, this is what we're watching like hawks. New York Times has given the lead here with 95% of the votes in to Donald Trump for Georgia. Needs 24 votes. Kamala Harris needs 60. This is evidence for me, and this is last updated at 12:50 a.m. Eastern Time, that the message of the left has been resoundingly rejected. The Biden-Harris presidency has been resoundingly rejected. According to the New York Times, Pennsylvania has 90% of their vote in, and we saw, let's see if we can see here what's going on here in Minnesota. Donald Trump is leading by 3 points. Michigan, right now, Donald Trump is leading by, 6 points in Michigan with 62% of the vote in. Wisconsin with, with 85% of the votes in, Donald Trump leading by 48, 49, 50, 51, 4 points. Minnesota, Kamala Harris is leading by 2 points. So right now it looks pretty good, but we're going to stay up. Arizona, Trump is leading by 0.7 with 54% of the vote in. Nevada, we're still waiting for a result from Nevada. That is, I don't know. They've only got 6, but depending on what happens in the other places, again, we're playing small ball. We'll see what happens. According to the New York Times map, we see that Georgia has been put into the column for Donald Trump. Now, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. And we'll be here with you to see. We will be here with you to see. Okay? Let's see here. You're right. You're absolutely correct. And I'm old enough to remember. I'm old enough for a lot of things, but I'm old enough to remember, and I'm too old for a lot of things too, but I'm old to remember the hanging Chad incidents down in Palm Beach County in Florida. And ever since then, it seems like of all the places in the world to start getting it right was Florida. I did a search to see how many eligible voters there are across the country. Florida is like third. Florida has more eligible voters than Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona. And Florida is done. Florida, more than 95% of the votes are in. Florida is done. Let's go up, and further east is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is not done. 92%. Close. They don't have, but they don't have as many people. I don't understand. Here we go. Look, over 10 million votes in those. Over 10 million votes there. Pennsylvania, about 6 million. About 6 million votes. 10 million, 6 million. Why does it take longer in Pennsylvania to count 6 million than in Florida 10 million? I'll tell you, part of the reason is that in Pennsylvania, they can't start counting the absentee ballots until the day of the election, which is something that the legislature there in Pennsylvania, if they wanted to, could change like that. But they don't. Why? Because it opens up the opportunity for fraud. That's the only thing it could be. Because otherwise, it would make it easier on the local supervisor elections to, as the votes came in, just to count them, especially early votes and how they do. They don't really do early voting. They actually you can take your absentee ballot and you can bring it to them, which is early voting, right? I don't know. I'm in Florida. What the hell do I know? I know that Florida, for the most part, is all done. And for the most part, where I live, it's all done. Nevada is 3% in at this point. And with only 3% in, it's still in the toss-up category. Looks like it's going to Trump at this point, but only 3% of the vote, only 3%, who knows? But what could really happen is that we are at 246, 24 votes, 24 electoral votes. And that's available. There's 19 there. There's 15 there. That's 34, right? There's 10 here, and there's 15 here. Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota. Let's just look at these three. Her path to victory, she needs 60. Are there 60? Are there 60? I don't know. Let's find out. There are 6 in Nevada. Oops, let me do that. There are 6 in Nevada. There are 11 in Arizona. This is all Maricopa County stuff. There are 10 in Minnesota. There are 10 in Wisconsin. Well, only up to 37. There's 15 in Michigan. There are 19. Remember, she needs 60, right? We're at 52. So she'd have to win Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, right? To have a shot at this. And right now, with Trump leading by 6 points right now at 12:57. At 12:57, we have he's up by, let's see, 57, 58, 59, 60. Sorry, 58, 59, 48, 49, 50, 51. 4 points in Wisconsin. 6 points in Michigan. 3 points in Pennsylvania. And 0.7 points in Arizona. And big points in Nevada. I'm not even counting those yet. Let's see. That's a big ask at this point. That is a huge ask. Our last update is at 12:59 a.m. Eastern time. It is amazing that this takes this long. It should not take this long. You don't think? Let's see here. In Nebraska, Trump has won one of the delegates, and Kamala Harris has won one. There's one that's still out there, is probably going to be Republican. There's one that's out there in Maine. She won one, and it looks like the other elector will be a Donald Trump elector. We'll see how that works out. That's just weirdness. I don't know why it's just weirdness. But it's from two come on, Nebraska and Maine. So we'll see. We'll see. Let me pull this down so you guys can see the numbers. I want to see the numbers. What's it look like? Here's the other map. See, this one isn't this Bing map. Wait, let me get to the other one. How y'all doing? No, I don't want to get to that one either. I wanted to get to, it is 270. New York Times has put that. No, nope. Yep. Again, if we look at the percentages thanks everybody. If we look at the percentages of votes counted in these states, Kamala Harris has a pretty tall mountain to climb. Well, Donald Trump, frankly, doesn't. He needs 24. He needs 23. He won the other delegate, or the other electoral vote, up for grabs in Nebraska. He needs 23. If the Democrats are going to put in the fix, it's going to happen any moment now. I'm going to tell you. I'm just going to tell you. If the fix is in, it's going to happen any moment now. Any moment. So hang with us. I'm going to scratch my nose and get myself some tropical fruit Waterloo sparkling water. I am not cracking open a beer. I'm not, because those days for me are long over. They're just long over. There's no videotape of it, so you just have to believe me. No, you can't find a piece of videotape on the internet with me cracking open a beer. It's because it's not there. Because when I was doing that, nobody had their cell phone out going, "Hey, dude, I'm cracking open a beer." We didn't do that. Because even if, you know what, if we could have, we would have. I ain't gonna lie. If we could have said, "Hey, dude, I'm cracking open a beer. What are you doing?" We would have. Because we were as, I don't know, rambunctious and awful as anybody. So yeah. So I'm still looking at these 4 states. Minnesota was 60, according to the New York Times, that has 64% of the votes in. Wisconsin. Now, why don't they? Anyway, they're in the Central Time Zone, but come on. Wisconsin has 85%. Michigan has 63%. How are they? Don't they have telephones, internet? What are they doing? Pennsylvania has 93%. Still 6 million votes total. Florida has 10 million votes. We've been done. We've been done in Florida. And I am kind of feeling kind of good, because both Amendment 3 and Amendment 4 went down in flames this time in Florida. Amendment 3 was the legalization of recreational marijuana. 4 was abortion on demand in Florida, basically repealing or pushing back all of the parental consent laws, the 6-week ban. Can't have an abortion after 6 weeks. So I guess you'll just have to, I don't know, buy some rubbers. Like earlier in the live, I told you guys about a conversation I had with a gentleman who's a friend of mine, really. He told me that, and he had been a Democrat and spent some time, I guess, early, like in 2015, 2016, 17, flirting with being a Republican. And I think he was only flirting with being a Republican to get business for his business. But I ain't mad at him. Do what you do. And now he looked at both parties and said, there's bullcrap here and bullcrap here and bullcrap over here and over here, and decided that now he's an independent. Well, in my conversation with him, listening, I don't think he's an independent. I just don't. Now he may vote for some Democrats, and there are some Democrats that he agrees that aren't worth the powder to blow them up. I get it. Me too. And he thinks that there are Republicans that are the same. Some Republicans aren't worth the powder it would take to blow them up. So he takes one from column A and one from column B, and then considers himself an independent. But in his thought, because I listen to what people say when they talk to me. I learned this a long time ago, and this is a lesson that you can learn. When people are talking to you, listen to what they're saying. Don't be trying, and I'm going to tell you, girls do this more than boys. Don't try to be formulating a retort. Listen to what they're saying. So he and I had this, well, kind of a one-sided conversation. We had this conversation on why he voted. He said, his words, not mine, I voted for her. Like somehow he couldn't mention her name. And I don't know if he expected, I don't know what he expected from me. I don't know whether he expected a response and why did you do that? How could you do that? No, I had him a phone and he was talking and I was like this. Oh, mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you. For long sessions of the phone call. And he got around to abortion. And he didn't like that the Republicans were trying to tell what women to do with their bodies. Now, in my brain, and I had to suppress it, I wanted to say that's not what's happening at all. But when he gave me an opportunity to speak, after listening to what he told me, I was able to say to him this. I have a faith that undergirds my thoughts on abortion. And I want everybody to understand that. I have my faith undergirds my thoughts on abortion. But I don't even need to bring that to you to tell you what I think you're advocating. And he was respectful. He let me talk. Or maybe he had his phone down like this while I was going on and on. Maybe he had his phone like, okay, whatever. So what I said to him was, you have these two people in this relationship. The man may not be worth a crap. The woman may not be worth a crap. But they get involved and they have this baby, right? Or they make this baby. The same science they told us to follow during COVID says that there's only women can hold on to babies through gestation. It isn't like the man can say, oh, sorry, baby, I got you pregnant. I don't, give me the baby. I'm like a seahorse. You can just tuck it in my pack. You can just tuck it in and I'll carry it. Not possible. Not freaking possible. 3 hours. Not possible. So according to the science, the woman, the female, has to carry the child to term. Now, there aren't any laws that say that the woman has to keep, raise, feed, educate this child. You can. We have an adoption system in this nation that you can say, hey, listen, go to the Child Protective Services and say, listen, I am not ready to raise a child. And you may not be. I am not ready. So what I would like to do was I'd like to put this child up for adoption to a person or a couple that is ready to do what I am not ready or willing to do. That's a responsible action. What isn't a responsible action is that I don't want a baby. So you know what I'm going to do? Because for whatever reasons I got pregnant, and if it wasn't rape or incest, and it hardly ever is, it happens sometimes, but it doesn't happen often enough. It's usually because people are lazy and irresponsible. Let's just be real. Let's just be real. It's because people are lazy and irresponsible. So you didn't put the rubber on, so you didn't take your pill, so you didn't put your diaphragm in, so you didn't get an IUD, or you didn't get the patch, all sorts of and things you can get for free. It ain't about money. It's not about poverty. It's not about access. That's all BS. It's about you were irresponsible. You had unprotected sex, and a baby was the result of your unprotected sex. Right? A baby was the result. So what you want to do now, you want to absolve yourself of the responsibility of your failure, of your moral failure. And the only victim here is the person who is the most innocent, who truly didn't do anything wrong. So your plan, I said your plan, what you're advocating is that that person who is the most innocent of the trio gets their limbs pulled off of them and their brain crushed with a forceps. They get to be forcibly murdered because they're an inconvenience. It's a good thing, that we can't do that with teenagers, right? What's more inconvenient than a 13-year-old? You know what I'm saying? What is more inconvenient than a 13-year-old? Got to feed their ass. Got to educate them. You got to try to keep them out of jail. Got to make sure they stay in the house at night. What's more inconvenient than a 13-year-old? Not much. You know what you can't do? You can't just go into there. You can't go in their room at night and chop their damn head off and go, I just couldn't do it. I ain't know how. Sorry. Can't do that. Can you? So the baby that you ripped to pieces in a medical procedure, that you murder that way in the most heinous way possible, that person's still a victim. That person's still a murder victim for your convenience. So it ain't my body. The science says, no, it's a completely different body. Different fingerprints, different DNA, not your body. And the science also says that that person can only gestate in you. You can't trade them off to somewhere else. Like some dude, like I said before, can't be some seahorse. Just put him here in my pouch. I'll take my son. And and my friend mentioned that maybe the male should be the man should be somehow responsible. Well, and I said to him, I said, men who are paying child support and have been paying child support for 18 years for children that aren't theirs, that are not theirs. All a woman has to do is write your damn name down on the birth certificate. And the judge is like, give me your driver's license. You ain't paid, so so give me your driving license. Oh, where do you work? I'll be taking that check. And you're like, what? So unless you spend money and you're able to somehow, and you may even not even have the right to even visit that child, and you just pay, they just take it out your check. And if you don't do that, they'll come put your ass in jail. So with this going on, a woman, that's it, and this is what you're advocating, a woman who murders their child is somehow put up on a pedestal as being brave. And the guy who says, I'm out of here, that may be my baby, but I ain't got nothing to do with it because of my career, my education, whatever. That person's a deadbeat dad. What you're advocating for is foolishness. What you're advocating for when you advocate for abortion is foolishness and irresponsibility. That's what you're advocating for. You're not advocating for women's rights. You're not. You're not. Now, he allowed me graciously to get over all these points. And at 115, we're still at 247 to 210. Donald Trump needs what, 20? And I close my calculator. I close my calculator. There it is. Oh, you can't see it. That's a good thing. So I'm such an idiot. Let's see here. I'll put it right here. That's good enough. Let's see. 270. According to New York Times, he has 240. He needs 246, right? He has 246. He needs 24. My nose is itching. 24. 24. Okay, you guys hung on my story for a while. Let's go ahead and go and see what's happening. See if there's been any changes. Minnesota, let's see, 57, 48, 49, 50, 51. Minnesota, Kamala Harris is still leading by 3. It's according to the New York Times. It still looks like it's going to be, it's going to fall into her camp. Let's look at by the same percentage. Let's look at Wisconsin. Wisconsin, Trump is still leading by 3 with 80% of the votes, or 87% of the votes in. She's got a lot to get over. She has still 13% of the vote to be counted. In Michigan, there's still 33 or 34% of the vote to be counted. Trump is still leading by 6. With 15, and Pennsylvania, Trump is leading by 3, and it looks like it's very likely, according to the New York Times, to win. Of course, Kamala Harris just won New Hampshire, and that's 4. So she's at 214. Oh my goodness. So she needs 56 at this point. So she needs 56. Trump needs 24. Somehow, and again, we're talking about this, okay, so she wins by 3 points there. They have 4 electoral votes. We're talking less than, let's see, 600, maybe 700,000 votes. What took them all night to get 88% of 700,000 votes? Florida had 10 million votes. What took them all night? What took them until 1:18 on Wednesday? The polls closed at 7 p.m. Tuesday. What took them at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1? What took them another 6 hours to do? What took them another 6 hours to do? It's crazy. It's crazy. That's why you only have 4 electoral votes. 4. But here are the numbers, folks. Trump needs just what? 23? 23? Is that what we're talking? Let's see here. 247. It's 270 minus 247. He's 23. 23. Kamala Harris needs 56. Normally, on a night like this, I just call it for Trump and go to bed. I have a TikTok video out there where I did that. Had a lot of views. Yeah. And maybe had a lot of views because it was like a Dewey wins sort of TikTok. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. If you're watching and you haven't subscribed to Fight Back Media, my YouTube channel, if you would do that, that would mean an awful lot to me. That would mean an awful lot to me. I am trying desperately to get to 1,000. We have 750 some. And everyone counts. Everyone's important. Every single person is important. That would be fabulous if you guys could do that for us. That would be amazing. Absolutely amazing. Let's see here. There we go. Oh, continue without subscribing. Nope, not giving y'all no money. Here's the first page of the New York Times right now, and there it is. So we're going to go ahead and take care of the cat. I'll be right back. Have they come in here? Have they come in? I got to compete. That's why one of the reasons I don't like
Do they ever come out? I mean,
yes, kids are looking at this recent history. Of course they come out and talk to the reporters. And it's a hard thing to do. It is a hard thing to do.
And when and I can't imagine if you lose, you get this great information, you try your guts out there and you lose. And you go to a room with 10,000 people, you got to say, we did our best, but we lost. You kidding me? It's got to be gut wrenching. Not everything will rally in blood and you just, I'm not saying we're going to have our,
Well, she couldn't even really handle the rally that well. You know, when the people would keep chuckling back and all that, I'm sure that happens to everybody.
you have to, first of all, you can't burn them. You have to keep going. Trump is doing very well. But I'm not going to go to bed yet.
I mean,
Because I don't trust him at all. I don't trust him one single bit.
he fell asleep for a little bit.
Well, I didn't fall. I
She
didn't
got
fall
up and then,
through the door. Yeah.
and she woke me up. So
I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. I do not. All right, we're going to continue the live. Thanks, everybody. I had to go to the bathroom. I was going to let the cat in to go to the bathroom, but apparently she just wanted to check on me. All right. Hey, y'all. I'm back. All right. Let's see here. We're going to. Here's what. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. All right. Here's a map again. Flipped. I was wondering what that was. Flipped Georgia. Called that for Georgia. And we still have. Here's the chance of winning. Going to open that up. Live presidential forecast. Pull that down. There you go. Electoral college estimate, Trump 306, Harris 232. Popular vote estimate, there's a chance that Trump wins the popular vote, and I'm electoral college, which is a repudiation of what's happened the past 4 years. It just is. There is absolutely no way that you can say it isn't now. This may hurt your feelings. Now, what I'm doing now is that I'm curious, because I'm a curious sort, especially for somebody who is my age. Yes, I have a TikTok account, Fight Back Media. If you're watching, go ahead and sign up and you're on TikTok. Go ahead and follow me on TikTok. Joe Pags right now is live on TikTok. And you know what? I think I might do the very same thing. How about that? I think I might do the very same thing. I'm going to go ahead and get my phone set up. You can do TikTok live on your computer, but right now I've got too much going on my computer as it is. And that's my cat. That's my baby girl cat. I love that cat so much. All right, let me see how I can take care of her, and I'll be right with you. Are you coming in? Or are you just going on the door? Come on. Come on. Well, the door's going to be closed. I'm talking. All right, then. All right. Alrighty, we're back. I'm going to get my TikTok live going on. Alrighty.
All right. Now we're on the TikTok as well. We have a TikTok live going on. It is 1:29 a.m. on Wednesday morning. According to the New York Times, right now, Trump is going to win 306 electoral votes and Harris 232. And of course, all you experts, hey everybody, all you experts on TikTok you already know that you need 270 electoral votes to win the presidency of the United States. It isn't just a popularity contest. But if it was, Trump is also projected to win the popular vote by 1.4%. He's been leading the popular vote all night long. Now, I know that a bunch of y'all are going to need, I don't know, treatment. You're going to need some time away if indeed Trump pulls this off. You're going to need some medication. You're going to need a safe space. You're going to need a puppy to hold. You're going to need a coloring book. I know. But you shouldn't. You really, really shouldn't. Because what you should have learned in all of this is that this is how we do it. This is how we do it. This is how the same process is how Jimmy Carter won. Same process. This same process is how Barack Obama won, not once, but twice. The same process. Same process. God, this camera angle on TikTok is kind of embarrassing because I am fat. Let me move up a little bit. On the YouTube live, they can't see exactly how portly I am. So yeah. So on my YouTubers, I've switched to the Fox News map, and I don't know. I didn't want to do that, but it looks like with as many votes that need to be counted, Fox News has given Trump 267 electoral votes and Kamala Harris 216. So according to Fox News, he's 3 electoral votes from winning the presidency. 3. Right there. According to Fox News and Fox News Democracy 24, and I've only mentioned them on TikTok because I don't know, to get a rise out of you guys. If you've been watching the live here on YouTube, you know that I did the Bing one, and now I'm in the New York Times, and my wife was watching the Fox News one, and I saw that it was different, so I wanted to show you that one too. Yeah. You can see, those of you who are watching on YouTube, Fox News is called Pennsylvania for Trump. Pennsylvania for Trump. Michigan, they still have a third of the votes to count. Wisconsin still has about 13. 13% of their votes to count. Trump is up, let's see, 48, 49, 50, 51, 4 points. That's a huge ask. Let's see. Let me get back to my being fair and balanced. Kamala Harris needs 54 electoral votes to win. Donald Trump needs 3. Donald Trump is winning because a lot of you on the left always say stuff. Hey, always say stuff about we should go by popular vote. Well, if you went by popular vote, you would have already lost. By popular vote, Donald Trump has 5 million more popular votes than Kamala Harris. Sorry, I met her when I got introduced to her through television and whatever. I heard them call. I heard everybody, including Joe Biden, refer to her as Kamala. So I'm going to refer to her as Kamala. It ain't out of any sort of disrespect. It's like I'm gonna call you what your mama call you. When I talk, everybody had their names and nicknames or whatever. Call me Slash. I'm not. No, I don't call you Slash. I'm gonna call you what your mama call you. Your mama called you Herman. Kamala Harris just took Minnesota. So we're at 226. 226. 270. And she has 226. She needs 44 electoral votes. Donald Trump needs 3. Donald Trump needs to win Nevada or Arizona. Nevada, which he is trailing in. Arizona, which he is leading in by the slimmest of margins. Wisconsin, which he is leading in, or Michigan. Let's switch back to the other one. I switch back to the New York Times one, and that's still at 247. 247 and 214. Let's look at the Bing one. I think the Bing is tied to New York Times because they're the same. All right, I'm going to. So, how y'all feeling? How are you feeling today? Did some of you guys feel nervous today about how this was going to work out? No matter who you're supporting, did you feel a little nervous? Do you feel like, I gotta stay up? I don't know how this is going to work out. No, my wife and I were having this conversation earlier today, and like Willie always says. I say this. I said, hey, you know what? Whatever happens tonight, your tomorrow will be exactly the same. Your tomorrow, when you get up to go to work or go to school Wednesday morning, it's going to be exactly the same. The traffic will be exactly the same. Your breakfast will taste exactly the same. The line at the Starbucks or the Dunkin' or the other coffee shop you stop at will be exactly the same. They'll be exactly the same people, right? Everything is going to be exactly the same tomorrow. Now, I know that we've gotten jacked up by media primarily. Some people like me. Joe Pags is out there right now on TikTok Live. And I don't know what he said, but he's out there. We can only imagine what he said, right? So on the CNN map, which is different, it has Trump at 246, Harris at 287. With actually this map is behind because one of those places is New Hampshire. There you go. And then she's going to win. She's going to win New Hampshire. Yeah. So those of you who are watching on YouTube, thanks so much. Look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania with 94% of the vote. Trump's leading by almost 3 points. Michigan with 69% of the vote in. We're getting there. He's leading by 6 points there. Wisconsin, 48, 49, 50, 51. 4 points there with 90% of the vote in. Arizona, leading in Arizona. Now, I mentioned earlier in the YouTube Live that a lot of small ball has to be played there. There's 53%, only 53% of the vote in. And get rid of that. No, I don't want to do that either. Get rid of that. There you go. Only 53% of the vote in. There's 47% of the vote to count in Arizona. Maricopa County is still the deal. And with that, the other counties are making up that difference that Trump is trailing in Maricopa County. Let's see if I can get this map to go to Maricopa County. And I can. There it is, right there. Trump is trailing by about 2 points in Maricopa County. But the other counties that have come in are making up the difference. Mojave County, Navajo County. Now Flagstaff or Coconino, Neo. I don't know how to pronounce that. Where Flagstaff is where the University of New Mexico, the New Mexico University is. There's a college in that town. I'd love to bring you on and have a discussion with you, but I'm doing a YouTube live right now at the same time, and I'm by myself, and unfortunately, I think that'll be a bit much for me to manage. Thank you again. I appreciate it though. So the other counties have kind of made up for it. And in Apache County, this, which means nothing because we got a little over, let's see, that's 9, 13, 16, 18, less than 2,000 votes. Actually, in Apache County, and this is kind of important, in Apache County in Arizona, Kamala Harris is losing with 6.6% of the vote in to Jill Stein. And y'all like, Jill Stein? Who the hell is Jill Stein? Jill Stein is the candidate again for the Green Party. And hot on her heel, on Kamala Harris's heels is Chase Oliver. And you're all asking, who the heck is Chase Oliver? Chase Oliver is the Libertarian candidate for president. Yeah, there's more than two parties. There's a lot, actually. All right, so right now, Donald Trump is is leading in Arizona. The population centers, like in Tucson, the other places like we're talking about, like Sedona County and Yuma, Navajo, Apache, Graham County, and Cochise County have sort of made up some of the difference. I appreciate that. So that's what's happening in Arizona. And that's on the CNN map. Let's go back to the Fox News map, which is a lot more Trump based, obviously. Three electoral votes away, according to Fox News. 3 electoral votes away. Now, again, we're going to be here until more than one news source confirms any of this, right? As I was going to the restroom, because I don't have a co-host. Thanks. Maybe next time, some of my YouTube guys, like T for Connecticut, you guys, maybe we can partner. You think? In the midterm, possibly? I think it'd be cool. I learned that whatever happens, Kamala Harris will not address Howard University crowd tonight. She's going to speak tomorrow. This is a replay of the Hillary Clinton thing. These people show up at Howard University to support her. And they have worked their guts out for her. Guts. And when things look lost, it looks hard. I mean, this is the hardest part. I was just talking to my wife about this, and I said, I remember both times I ran, I didn't get to even complete it. And she said, you guys, I mean, you know how I felt when it was over. I tried my hardest, and I couldn't raise enough money for the qualifying fee, or I couldn't do it. I failed. And you live that failure out in front of everybody. I'm just telling you, you live that failure out in front of everybody. It's not something that you fail in, in private. You live that failure out, and everybody knows. So it's super hard. I get it. It's super hard. And these people who work for them, who put their lives, a lot of them put their lives on hold since she started. She got in the campaign late. There was a lot of work to do. And these people put their lives on hold. And you're there in the building. They're out there in the auditorium. And you say, I'm not going to talk to y'all. I feel too bad. Well, how bad do they feel? How horrible do they feel? How horrible do they feel? So again, it must be very difficult. It must be extremely difficult. But it seems to me you got to do it. You got to go out there with your people. You got to walk out there with your people. Put your arms around people. Thank them. Tell them you love them. You know what I'm saying? You got to do that. You can't just say, this is too uncomfortable for me. I'm not doing it. I'll talk to the cameras. I'll talk to a select group tomorrow. Well, woman, it's tomorrow already. It's Wednesday today. It's now. Wednesday is now. I personally think that's a crappy thing to do. An absolutely crappy thing to do. But that's who these folks are. That's who these folks are. All right, we're still going from news site to news site to check these maps to see what's happening. Let's see. Trump projected to win battleground Pennsylvania. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, we can go to bed. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, we can go to bed. Let's go ahead and look at Pennsylvania. Is she coming? Awesome. Look at all that red. This is a repudiation in Pennsylvania of the past 3.5-4 years of the Biden-Harris administration. Now, all these people like Harry Sisson and all these other folks who get on TikTok and get on YouTube and say this or that, what we're seeing right here, that you're seeing on the screen right there on YouTube. If you want to watch it on YouTube, we're at Fightback Media on YouTube. You can go ahead and check that out right now. You can go ahead and hop on. You can go ahead and click the subscribe button and the notification bell. You can go ahead and do that. That'd be super duper. Now, having arguments and debate with people who want to say, well, you're electing a felon. Here's the deal. There is a nationwide repudiation of what's happened in the past 3.5 years. And those of you who are on YouTube who are seeing this map, look at this map. This is Pennsylvania. Now, a lot of this area is farmland. I get it. Small counties. And even if you look at with 94% of the vote counted in Philadelphia, Kamala Harris has underperformed. Because it used to be very, very short time ago that would have made the difference. That would have flipped the state. It did not. So there is a disconnect between urban areas like Philadelphia and Montgomery County and Delaware County and Chester County, Lackawanna County, Dauphin, Cabria, and Allegheny County, and the rest of Pennsylvania. It looks like, and I don't know, I tried to tell the future last 4 years, and I was wrong. And as it turned out, I was wrong. So I'm going to wait. But it looks like this thing is done. Now I'm going to wait until I hear from more than one source on this, because it's important that we get all of the information, right? And so I'm gonna continue to do that, right? I'm just gonna wait because basically I'll tell you why, because I don't trust anybody, right? I just don't trust anybody. Let's go ahead and go here. We're gonna go back, and those of you who are watching on YouTube, I apologize because I'm going back and forth a lot. And y'all are watching and going, "What are you doing, Will? I can't tell what the heck you're doing." Right? I know. Let's see here. There you go. I want to get back to their map if they show it, and they've taken their map down. Fox News just called Pennsylvania, and if that's the case, this is over. If Pennsylvania gets called for Trump, that would mean game over. That would be game over. No, let's see. New York Times. No, this is CNN. Sorry, let's see if I can get back to my New York Times. This is Bing. I'm going to go ahead and refresh 247 to 214. That's the same one. All right, let's go to, this is my Bing. That's the same one. 270. God, I hate that. Ad happens every single time. Alrighty. Again, I apologize to y'all on YouTube that I am just flipping from map to map, the screen to screen. You're like, I can't. Willie, what are you doing? Put down the crack pipe. Right? I'm everywhere. I am everywhere. Let's go back to my New York Times map. That's still at 214, 247. Let's go ahead and take an in-depth look. Pennsylvania with only 6% of the vote to count, there is still a 3-point Trump lead. That would add 19. Michigan, 17 with 71% in. Trump still leads by 6 points. Wisconsin, with 88% in, that's 12% to go. Trump still leads by 4. Minnesota looks like it's going to go to Kamala Harris. Arizona, a percentage point. When we're not even talking about Nevada, because they only have they have 70% in, but we're not talking about Nevada at this point. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. We're going to talk about Maine. So she needs a lot. Well, let's see. Let's go to CBS. Can I get to CBS? We know what we know for the blah, 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 blah. Okay, so they've got the same numbers everybody else has, except they've given, there you go. They've got this ugly thing here. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Close. Let's look at Wisconsin. Close. Michigan. They still have in toss-up. CBS is just not. They're like, nope, we're not going to give it up. We're going to hang in there. There's 270 to win. Let's go to Time Magazine. How about that? We're going to a lot of places. Here we go. 214 to 248, according to Time Magazine. All the polls in the country have closed. Let's go to, let's see here, NBC News. How about the BBC, everybody? Hey, y'all. How about BBC? Let's see what's going on. They've got the UK election results. Golly, look at all those colors. So pretty. That's not what I was looking for. Not what I'm looking for. Indian general election, 2048 presidential live results. USA Today. 248. Everybody's on that New York Times. Okay, y'all can't see that. Everybody's on that New York Times map. But this map still shows Trump leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, New Mexico, and Nevada. Of the battleground, the quote battleground states, Trump's leading in every single one of those. We can see that. Arizona, he's up by a thin margin, but up with 51%, 51.36% of the vote counted. In Georgia, Trump is up with 94.45% of the vote counted. He's going to win. He won Georgia. Michigan, he's up with 68.24% of the vote counted. Trump is up. North Carolina, Trump won North Carolina. Nevada, he is leading in Nevada. Nevada has 77.79% of the vote up. He is winning Nevada. Trump will probably win Nevada. Trump looks like with 94.35% of the vote in, Trump will probably win Pennsylvania, and the same in Wisconsin. He's up by 4 points in Wisconsin with 88.14% of the vote in. It looks like at this point, a lot of small ball being played in a lot of places, Trump's going to be your next president. I don't know. I'm going to find out. Fight Back Media has not called it. Last time I called it, I had a big, it's the biggest TikTok video as far as views I ever had. But I'm not making that mistake. Let's see. Double haters going for Trump over. I just got a text message from a good friend of mine. But it's crazy. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait it out. I promise some friends of mine that if I had to stay up all night, I'd have to stay up all night. I got an extra nap in this afternoon. I'm drinking my Waterloo. You guys like Waterloo? Stuff's good. This is the tropical fruit. This stuff you have to drink cold. Got a lot of carbonation though. All right, we're back. For those of you watching on YouTube, we are back on the what's this New York Times map? Oh, this is the New York Times map. Yeah, New York Times. 94% of the vote. It doesn't look like at this point that Kamala Harris has a path. That's possible. There are, let's see here. She has, we're just going to go back to the presidential map for Kamala Harris. We're going to go back to the New York Times map. Even on the New York Times map, she needs 56 votes. She needs 56 electoral votes. Trump needs 24, I think it was. Yeah. 270. 248. 22. Now, according to Fox News, he needs 3, which is why I'm just going to watch them all. I'm going to watch them all, guys. I'm going to watch them all. I'm not going to go to bed. I'm not going to go, oh, Fox News said he won. He has 3, and then wake up tomorrow afternoon and go, what? No, I'm going to watch everything I watch. I'm going to watch everybody. I'm not going to listen to anybody. I'm not going to listen to Fox News. I'm not going to listen to CNN. I'm not going to listen to MSNBC. I'm not going to listen to anybody with exit polls. I'm not going to listen to Sean Hannity. I'm not going to listen to anybody. I'm just going to just do the research myself. I'm going to look at the websites myself and come to my own conclusion. I'm 3 hours and 50 minutes into this. And it's only 2 o'clock. Frankly, I'm up at 2 o'clock in the morning all the time anyway. I figure that I'm going to be up. All the shenanigans happened in the last 4 years at about 4 a.m. So I can put in at least another 3 hours. This would have to be some next level shenanigans here at this point. This would have to be some next level stuff, wouldn't it? I'm kind of the mind that, yeah, Fox News has already put up Donald Trump elected as the next president of the United States. Oh, maybe. Nobody else has said that but Fox News. But Fox News, frankly, has to get back into Trump's good graces. Don't you think so? Fox News has to get back into Trump's good graces. Fox News has to get back into Republicans' good graces. They do. Because they are not. So for those of you who say, "Oh, you just sit around and watch Fox News all day," no, most Republicans do not. Well, definitely conservatives don't. Definitely conservatives don't. They just don't. They don't. And Fox News took down their map. I wish they hadn't, because the CNN map is still up, I think. Election Center 2024. There we go. They still have 187. Georgia wins Georgia. Of course, wins Florida. I don't know. All right. It would be horrific if Trump went out and addressed the crowd, said we won, and then we wake up tomorrow and that wouldn't be the case. Would it? That'd be terrible. So I'm going to wait. And I think you should wait too. I think you should wait before you celebrate. Wait before you celebrate. Yeah. Because we have to know for sure. Look at multiple sources. This is what citizen journalists often get accused of, that we don't look at multiple sources. We look at the sources that we like, that may agree with us, but we don't look at anything else. This 214 to 248 number with 76 to go seems to be, oh, my kitty is here. Hey, baby. Let's reach down, and she's at my foot. If you guys are nice online, I'll show her to you. She is freaking beautiful. She is awesome. Her name is Queen TC Bell Tobins. If you guys are nice on TikTok, I'll show her to you. Let's see. Pennsylvania has Pennsylvania. We're just going to look at Pennsylvania right now. Right now, Pennsylvania has 94.7% of the vote in. Almost everything. They're the closest. They are the closest to being done. They should have been done before. And then 30% to go in Michigan, and 12% to go in Wisconsin. A win in either of these, let's see here, or the two of them make the difference. Kamala Harris would have to make a huge jump with only a few percentage points to make the difference. And what I don't see in the in the comments on TikTok, and you see that a lot on TikTok, I don't see any trolls. I don't see any trolls. I don't see any trolls. Harris has lost. Where you been? Only on Fox News where she's been. And I'm looking at other maps. I'm looking at other people doing this, because just because you see it one place doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. Let's look at the AP. I'm not a big fan of the AP. I am not. Again, the AP map, 214 to 248. Okay. So, no, not over yet. Not over yet. I wish that it were. I wish that it were. I wish I could go, yeah, I can go to bed now. Trump people are happy, and they should be. Done very well. I'm sorry if you're on YouTube that you're seeing me just scrolling indiscriminately through the AP page, but you see they have this crappy map here, and I get it. They've got all the delegates, because in Nebraska they have 5, and Trump got 4 of them. In Maine they have 4, and Trump got one of the 4. It's weird in places. You can see that. That's probably pretty cool. Let's go back to the Bing map. The Bing map is just like the New York Times map, 214 and 248. New York Times, same thing, 214 and 248. Now they're going to hang on to the last possible second, obviously. It's 2:06 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right. Thank you for liking the like. Appreciate it. If you have not subscribed, if you don't follow Fightback Media here on TikTok or on YouTube, please do that today. That would be great. I really appreciate it. I really would appreciate it. That'd be very nice. That'd be very kind of you. I'm not making any money on either platform. I don't have enough subscribers on YouTube to do that. So I need at least 250 more, at least to have a shot. I appreciate that. Let's see where we got some hearts and stuff. That's cool. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for liking the live. Again, I'm holding on to the last moment, because getting your information from one source is where our media falls down a lot. And if you are a citizen journalist, and there are a ton of us out here, not just people who are a mouthpiece for a candidate or a party, we're trying to give people facts, trying to create a common sense narrative. I'm going to make sure that I see what I want to see, or what I'm looking to see, on more than one platform. I know the folks at Fox News are already celebrating. I know. I'm gonna, and for those of you who are watching on YouTube, I'm gonna go ahead and check Breitbart. Right? Golly, we could use some Andrew Breitbart today, can't we? Couldn't we use some Andrew Breitbart? Could do it. Well, they say, here's the headlines from Breitbart. Trump Towers, comeback of the century, historic victory for former POTUS, democracy restored, 47, blowout, even popular vote in play. Donald gets a second term and a mandate. America's realignment is his hugest tent ever. He trumps them all. Democrats, globalists, lawfare, fake news, fake polls, assassins, and more. RIP, GOP establishment destroyed. Rest in peace. Updates. Republicans make big gains in the Senate. Now, according to their map, as we can see on the YouTube channel, Trump has won Pennsylvania, because that would make the difference. And right now is 277 to 216. Right? That will make the difference. All right, here's where you folks who are watching, who are hanging with me on YouTube, God bless you. We're gonna go. Let's see if I can get to. I don't know if I can do this. I wasn't able to before. There's Magno News. I want to get to my folks that I'm paying for. And if you're not signed up to Right Side Broadcasting Network, you ought to be. You ought to be. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, a commercial. That's great. We're going to go ahead and pull that up there. Subscribers only mode. Yep, that's me. You can see in the you guys can see the comments are just huge, dude. Just massive, absolutely massive. All right, let's go ahead and click here. Electoral votes 270. Harris being breaking. Trump wins presidency. Awaiting remarks. West Palm Beach. Let me go ahead and turn this down. I don't know if I'm competing with it or not, but there you go. Here's the USA Today map. Has not changed. Has not changed. The Bing map has not changed. I'm going to go to Google and see if the Google map will show me something different. Folks, this is, if Trump wins this thing, this is massive. Absolutely, it's my cat. Absolutely massive. Massive. I'm going to go to Google. Election results. How about that? It's the same. It's the same Associated Press map. Trump 248, Harris 214. It's the same one. They are not letting this go, and that for me gives me reason to pause. 95% of the vote, Trump is still ahead by 2.9 points. Michigan, with still 30% to count, Trump is ahead by 7 points or so. 6 points. Wisconsin, Trump's ahead 47, 48, 49, 50, 51 by 4 points, with 10% to be counted. Arizona, with let's see here, it says with 51% of the vote, Trump is still up by just a percentage point, Yeah, it looks like it's going to happen. Now, I know Fox News and Breitbart are already saying Trump wins. What I don't want to have is a Dewey wins moment. I don't want to have a Dewey wins moment. Remember that? Dewey wins? Yeah, but Trump, but he didn't. Truman won. So anyway, let's see who we got going on. I'm sorry, you guys on YouTube. You looking up my nose, and I really apologize for that. All right, let's see. Now again, wow, my Right Side Broadcasting. You guys look, my Right Side Broadcasting chat is just blowing up, absolutely blowing up. Absolutely blowing up. Yep. Well, if Donald Trump has won the presidency of the United States for the second time, what do you think? Write in the comments. What do you think? Good thing? Bad thing? Neutral thing? What's going to happen tomorrow? How are corporations going to react? Where I'm pretty confident that the oil companies in a few right now with a Trump win are gearing up to do some major drilling in January. It's hard to do. I mean, they got to prepare because the ground in some places is hard as rocks. I mean, it's just rocks and it's snow covered. But they've got to be they got to be planning, right? They got to be planning. Don't you think? Don't you think? What do you think? How do you think these energy companies are going to take this news of a Trump win? It's funny. I'm still looking at the AP map, and it hasn't changed. 214 to 248. $56. There are 56. There are 56 out there. She needs 56 to win. And I'm still going to, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm still going to hang in there to the last, to the last. Why? Because I don't trust them. I don't trust any of them. I'm hanging in there to the last. I want to hear it from their lips. I want to hear it from the left's lips. I want to hear it from their media. That's where I want to hear it from, which is why I've not just gone, well, we won, yay, and then gone to bed. Like I said, I took an extra nap this morning because I knew I'd be up late. All right, so she needs, according to the AP and according to the New York Times and according to Google, she needs 56 to win. How many are available? There are 6 in Nevada. There are 11 in Arizona. 11 in Arizona, and she's 56. There are 3 in Alaska. And with half the votes in Alaska, she's down by 15 points. But there are 3 there in Alaska. That would be quite a comeback. There are 10 in Wisconsin. And with 10% of the vote to count, she's still down by 4 points. There are 15 in Michigan. Michigan with 30% of the vote to count. With 95% of the vote, only 5% of the vote to count in Pennsylvania, there are 19. And that's all, and that's really all there is at this point. So let's go ahead and go 6 plus 1 is 7. That's 10. 15 plus is 24. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 64. There are 64 left. She'd have to get all of them. She'd have to win all those states. She'd have to win Alaska, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I don't think there's a path. She can't win. She can't win them all. She cannot win them all. Not at this point. Even with, again, I'm still going now. Those of you who are watching on TikTok, I'm still going, and people on YouTube already see it. I'm still watching their maps because I don't trust them. I want to hear it from them. I want to hear it from the AP. I want to hear it from CNN. I want to hear it from MSNBC. I want to hear it from Young Turks. I want to hear it out of their mouth. Because we could use that. Let's see. As much as my fingers don't want to do this, those of you who are watching, oops, having trouble here. Type it. See, I can't even type this in because goes against everything I believe in. MS National Broadcasting Company. I can't even do it. Makes me, I don't know, makes me sick. I feel like I need a bath. They say Trump cracks blue wall with Pennsylvania win. GOP flips. Let's see here. Now the hard work starts, not ends. That's true. It does. That's from my friend Tim. He sent me a text. Let's see what's up on. Oh, of course, a commercial. Golly, commercials. I know everybody's got to make the money. I know. I ain't yelling that much. Let's see. Tap on state for full results. Now, according to the MSNBC map, they've got some interesting things here. They have called Pennsylvania for Trump, which puts him in these particular news people have 194 to 266, right? With I love too close to call with 24. I love it. I absolutely positively love it. In Michigan, with 25% of the vote to count, Trump's up by 6 points. Too close to call. Wisconsin, with 7% to count, Trump's up by 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 4 points. Too close to count. Really? Minnesota, too close to call. She's up by 2.5 points with only 12% to go. So there's a chance he could win Minnesota? Probably not. Maine, too early to call because they only have 48% of the vote in, and Trump is down there. New Hampshire has already been called by a lot of folks. Doesn't it? It seems like, let's see, it's only about 2:30, and I'm going to hang in there. I'm not going anywhere. They can hate me all they want. I'm grown. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, and MSNBC is missing some of the Nevada stuff. They're missing the Maine stuff on their website. Maybe because they just went home. Maybe they just got mad and went home. You think? Could be. How about Young Turks? Remember how mad they got last time in 2016? How mad they got? They were furious. Sink was cussing and throwing stuff, and remember?
You can see everybody else voting. Yeah, he's a friggin' monster. Like 6, 7.
Let's see here. Your support fuels our coverage. Let's see what there's. Let's see if we're not going to listen to them because Think likes to curse too much. Oh, look a commercial. Surprise. They're gonna.
Donald Trump's like 6'3", and Melania's like 5'10". She's a model. She's really tall.
All right. So anyway, again, thanks for the likes, folks. We got 847 likes. Listen, before we end the TikTok live, if we could just get to 1,000 likes, there ain't no money. You don't have to give me any gifts and that kind of stuff. If we can just tap to get to 1,000 likes, just because it'd be cool to see. I would very much appreciate it. And then I promise, then I'll leave you alone, and then I'll let you go to bed. Again, I appreciate it, and we'll be up in the morning. Donald Trump projected winner, and Sink. Look at him. He is sad. He is absolutely just distraught. He's got a picture of in the back here on on his background of a burning White House. Lord have mercy. What a drama queen. What an absolute drama queen. You gotta be kidding me. Really? Come on, Sync. Be a grown man. Let's see here. 1,000. Thank you ever so much. Appreciate you greatly. We will get together tomorrow here on TikTok. Thank you. Follow the channel, please. I'd like to get to, I don't know, I'd like to get to 10,000 before Christmas. That'll be a very good TikTok Christmas present for the old guy. But if we can stay at 7,000 or 8,000, that'll be cool. We appreciate you. And if you watched on either before or after on YouTube, if we could get 1,000 subscribers, that'd be very cool. Thank you again. We're going to go ahead and say good night for our TikTokers. Let me see if I can pull this over here. Sorry for the big noise. Whew. Oh, this phone is hot as heck. All right. Again, thank you ever so much. I appreciate you greatly. All of y'all. Appreciate you greatly. I'm going to go ahead and try to say hi to some people. Thank you again for those who are passing through. Appreciate it. It looks like Donald Trump is going to be our next president. Looks like that's the case. What say you? Somebody says Trump. Anybody else say Trump? Can I see Trump again? Trump? Because you know what? Looks like we're going to see Trump again. Trump one more time. Trump one more time. 2 more Trumps, and I'm out of here. Come on now. Y'all can do it. Trump. Just write down Trump. Say you do. Trump 2024. I know it's hard for some of y'all. Some of y'all are not happy. You are looking for ways out. Who's leaving the country? Anybody? Anybody leaving the country? Anybody leaving the country? Let me say hi. Let me say hi. Hi. How you doing, Sydney? So y'all leaving the country? Y'all out of here? God, I got some pretty brown eyes, don't I? Look at those eyes. I had a doctor tell me, you got such pretty eyes. Too bad they don't work. Trump. Okay, Dean. Thank you. Trump 2024. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 1,000 taps during this live. Really, really appreciate it. Who else we got? Let me say hi to James. Oh, James, let me pull you down. Can I get that back down there? I can. Go ahead and say hi to James. Thank you for coming by. Appreciate that. All right. So what do you think? There's somebody else I need to say hi to. I'll go ahead and say hi. And there's Claude. Hey, Claude. Go ahead and say hi to Claude. And there's somebody else I need to say hi to. A9, thank you so much for dropping by. Thanks for the likes. We appreciate it. And what I'm really happy that I didn't participate in is all those Trump-Harris battles, quote, end quote, that a lot of people participated in. Hey, a bit y'all on YouTube, I'm saying goodnight to my my TikTok audience. Hey, Sharon, appreciate you. Thank you again for dropping by the live. And promise we'll see y'all tomorrow. And who's out there watching that has a thing? Oh, LeGrand Diggs, thanks. Who else is out there? And K-Dog, thanks so much for dropping by. I'm going to go ahead, so you don't have any followers now, but at least you got one. You got me. I don't know what that in 650 will give you a cup of coffee, get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks, but there you go. Let's see here. Gonna say hi to some folks. Hey Frank, what's going on, bro? How y'all doing? Octavia, thanks, sweetie. I appreciate you dropping by. Who else? I don't want to miss anybody. James Brown. There you go. Mother popcorn. All right. Well, we're gonna get out of here. Make room for somebody else. I'm saying hi to Mr. Fiddler, hey, and Margaret, and who else is there? Grammy Liz, welcome. Let's see, Sheila Leak, hey, how you doing? I don't know who that user is, but I'm saying hi anyway. Mary Elizabeth, hey, Mary Elizabeth. Boo, hey, Boo. Now I'm all booed up. David Johnson, thank you so much. Who else we got here? Anybody else want to wave a hand, say hi? Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Nope, guess not. Anyway, we got to get out of here and make for somebody else. So again, please, if you haven't already, please follow the channel and check on what we're doing. We appreciate that. Or go to our YouTube channel at Fight Back Media and subscribe to the channel. We do something every day. That's a nice big Trump thing you got there going on. I appreciate that. So we're going to get out of here and make room for somebody else. So until we see you again here on TikTok, until we see you again, go out there and learn something, love somebody. I don't know. I love that. IDK. Hey, Johnny. Go ahead. Oops. And I'm about to get out of here. So sorry, IDK. Johnny McDonald's and user. So we're going to get out of here. Till we see you again, go out there and learn something, love somebody. And for goodness sakes, y'all take care of yourself. We will see you when we see you. Bye-bye now. All right. We did a YouTube. Dropped my phone on the floor. That's all right. We have carpet. That's why you didn't hear a crash. All right, let's go back to the maps. YouTube, let's go back to the maps. Trump wins Pennsylvania. Finally on the AP. It has Trump. I mean, it's behind, obviously. Trump at 267. And the path now for Kamala Harris is there isn't any path. There is no path. She'd have to win all these states to have a shot. And I just don't believe that. And that's not gonna happen. Yeah. Wins Pennsylvania. They were gonna wait till the last minute. They were gonna wait till the very last minute. All these areas, these dark areas that we see on YouTube are all areas, and I don't think, they all were able to overcome the numbers that were in Philadelphia and Allentown and Pittsburgh. So there was definitely a repudiation of what's happened the past 4 years. Here you go. Here's the AP saying the same thing at this point. 267. Now Fox News already had 257 on almost an hour ago. Same thing. Let's go. Bing, however, has not changed. Oh, there it is. 267. And I think that they're the same as, and Fox News has already done that. Trump expected to address supporters after projected Pennsylvania win. Three, and it still says 3 away, but I think that's already happened. Republicans did take the Senate back, and if they have the Senate and the House, that's going to be important. Now, who is this? This is New York Times. New York Times still hasn't moved from 248 to 214. I imagine they will. So there they are. They finally made the change. Donald Trump is 3 away on New York Times. So it looks like Donald Trump, and they won Pennsylvania, flipped Pennsylvania from last time, flipped Georgia from last time. And it looks like he's going to win Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona and Nevada. Yeah. Good win. Good win. All right. Scares me. But I don't think there's enough votes for Kamala Harris to win. I don't think there's enough out there for her to win. So I'm going to do something dangerous. I'm going to do something that is obviously dangerous, maybe even irresponsible. We here at Fight Back Media have called the presidential election of the United States for 2024 to former President Donald J. Trump, who will be our 47th president. He was our 45th and our 47th president. There, I said it. All right, folks, gonna get out of here. Maybe for somebody else. So until we see you again, go out there and learn something. Trying to find the button. Learn something, love somebody, and for goodness sakes, y'all take care of yourself. We'll see you when we see you. Bye bye now.